People who have snapped on a bully at school, what's your story? Beat mine with a hockey stick one day after school. We were playing road hockey. He lived down the street. He just kept going. And to be honest, I saw red. I just remember my dad pulling me off while I was slamming my wooden goalie stick into his side. While he tried to cover his bleeding face. His parents never perused anything. My parents took me to counseling. He ended up nearly killing his best friend in a drinking and driving accident. Friend was never the same. Permanently injured. Bully killed himself a few years later after he didn't make a junior hockey team. I still feel bad. I have never been in any violent interaction before or since. Now as an adult and an educator, I know he was likely really hurting. I'm sorry. Justin. Edit. Thank you to everyone for the messages and for opening up with your own stories. The only way we improve as a greater community is to role model how to be human. And that includes mistakes, regrets, and sorrow as much as it includes success, celebrations, and happiness. Keep sharing it all. We all learn from our shared stories. To those who sent me direct messages about their struggles, I promise you I will respond to every one of them by tomorrow. To anyone else reading this, I always respond to personal messages. So feel free if you want someone to chat with. If you're struggling with any thoughts of serious self-harm, please call your local suicide helpline. I've used them before. It does help, even if it's just a little. Keep taking care of each other, everyone. It takes little effort to be kind. I didn't snap a bully, but I did snap at a teacher who didn't do anything. No matter how many times I told her I was being bullied or my bullies, their parents were on the parent council. They got funding for field trips and things like that, so the kids were basically untouchable. I yelled at the teacher, telling her what they have done to me. Things like taking my school supplies, excluding me from activities, calling me names, and throwing things at me, along with other things. I told him how I was sick and tired of being blamed, that it was my fault I had no friends. When every single bully told people to avoid me, they invented this thing called the Katie touch, like the cheese touch. But you could get the Katie touch if you talked to me, and I finished it by telling her that she was stupid and was too worried about losing school funding, that she didn't care what happened to her students. No one backed me up and nothing changed. I got a 3-day in school suspension and the bullying got worse. Kids would take my lunch and shoes, so I'd get in trouble for not wearing my indoor shoes, and I passed out one time from hunger and dehydration from not eating. I hated that school and am so glad I went to a junior high that didn't have anyone else there. From my old elementary. To all teachers, just because a kid is always playing by themselves, it doesn't mean they like it that way. Also, if a kid tells you they are being bullied, then do something about it. I was severely bullied from my earliest memory all the way through high school. The times I remember snapping were these: 3rd grade. We were putting the chairs upside down onto the desks at the end of the day, and this kid kept pushing my chair and pushing me. I turned around and shoved him as hard as I could with both hands, and he fell onto the desk behind him. The chair fell off. He fell off onto the chair, and I got in trouble 4th grade at some Boy Scout thing, and there were sodas. I got one out of the cooler and a kid who bullied me a lot grabbed it out of my hand and walked away. I grabbed another one and threw it at the back of his head. Got in trouble. Of course 7th or 8th grade. After being bullied incessantly, I lost it and was crying and screaming and punching the lockers, and got in trouble for denting a couple of them 9th or 10th grade. While on the bus, one of the bullies grabbed my comb out of my back pocket. He'd messed with me a lot. Rather than punching, for some reason I used my open hand to slap him really hard on top of his head. He was seated, and I was standing in the aisle. He complained of his neck hurting from it, and I got in trouble. Between each of these instances, I'd put up with constant bullying every day and do nothing, and no teachers gave a shit. Bullies got away with bullying all the time, but even if I simply said leave me alone with a loud voice, I was in trouble. It never made sense to me. Edit. I appreciate the empathy I've received from this post and want to clarify, I'm not the attention-seeking, intentional victim type. Just answering Op's question and relaying my experiences. While I still have a ton of self-doubt, I'm doing pretty decently now. Took a fuck ton of time and effort, though. Laugh out loud. In 4th grade, Ronnie and Freddie kept ridiculing me, making remarks, teasing me at recess. I was raised to be peaceful and accommodating. I tried to ignore them, but it got under my skin. I decided to stay near the teacher at recess. They left me alone then, but I couldn't stay near the teacher all the time. They accused me of being teacher's pet. That bugged me even more. This went on for weeks. When recess was over, we lined up on the sidewalk to go back indoors. One day Ronnie was right behind me. He started teasing me. I lost it. I took him down. When they pulled me off him, I was pounding his head against the pavement. Ronnie stopped teasing me. Noting the improvement, I challenged Freddy to a fight after school. A crowd gathered. It took only a few seconds for me to pin Freddy to the ground and force him to surrender. That ended the teasing from Freddy. A day or two later, my mother and I were called to the principal's office. My father was overseas in combat. Ronnie and his mother were there. I never knew where Ronnie's father was. As soon as the meeting started, Ronnie's mother launched into an indictment of me. Before she was finished, the principal cut her short. "Now let's hear the other side," she said. I stated my case. The principal heard me out, then said, "Gentlemen, don't fight. It's against the rules to fight on the school ground. I want you two to shake hands and apologize." I did as told. Ronnie had to be prompted to apologize. But that's not the end of it. Years later, in my early 20s, I had a job at a research institute at university. The institute director's beautiful young wife said to me, "A young man called Ronald J was just hired. He says he beat you up in grade school." "That's not exactly how I remember it," I replied. "I'm not surprised," she said. A week later, there was a party at the director's house. Ronnie and I were there. Ronnie was slender, maybe 5 feet 9 inches. I was 6 feet 4 inches, about 195 pounds, ran 6 miles per day. The director's wife maneuvered Ronnie over to the group where I was and said, "Ronald, let's hear how you beat up Polanski in grade school." Ronnie mumbled something about a mistaken impression and left shortly afterward. He was careful to avoid me from then on. Sometime during the next year or so, I laughed and mentioned it to my mother. She said the principal had said to her, "I wish I had been there to see it," when Polanski pounded Ronnie's head on the sidewalk. I was a tar in my senior year of high school. There was this kid who was a super douche to everyone, but specifically this kid who I believe was on the spectrum. One day we had a sub and he walked out of the room for like 5 minutes. The bully took this opportunity to be extra mean to this other kid, who also on that day wasn't having it. They started to get in each other's face and name call, so me being an ignorant teenager pulled out my phone so I could record the fight. But then I kinda thought, dang, this kid is about to get his ass beat, and I snapped myself. I pretty much told the bully to piss off, and he was being a dick for no reason. So the bully gets in my face and asks me what am I going to do about it. Boom. I start swinging. Happened so fast I dr much. I just remember a bunch of kids yelling at me to stop, so I sat down and was faking livid. There was this Charlo gangbanger in that class who pretty much never did any work or talk to anyone, but he looked at me and started tapping his face. I tapped mine face and there was blood on it. I go to the bathroom to clean up and bully guy is in there cleaning a cut I gave him. He puffed up and said, "Let's finish this." So I told him it was already finished and we were cool as long as he didn't fuck with that kid anymore. We shook hands and walked back to class. Obviously we both get pulled into the office shortly after. I was told our school had a zero fight policy and I would be suspended. Though, after speaking to the kid who would get bullied a lot, I got off without any trouble and the other kid ended up getting expelled. The bullied kid ended writing me this cool note that my mom still has and basically saying thanks and it was cool I could take a punch. TLDR, got into a fight protecting a bullied kid and didn't get in trouble. Sorry for spelling and grammar mistakes. This girl had had an issue with me for a month or so. She was pretty beefy, but was all talk and no bite. One day we were queuing for lunch and she stood behind me whispering in my ear that I'm a waste of space, etc. The normal stuff. Then she started taking the piss out of my family. She said that my brother is just a baby fag, he's 10 years old, and I have pictures all over my social media of him wearing dresses, since he enjoys dressing up. She said that my sister is a freak and my dad is fat. Then she said that my mum should have had life support turned off while she was in hospital. She had recently spent a month in hospital with sepsis. I can only assume she had done some serious digging around on Facebook or something. But for me, as much as my family gets on my nerves and angers me, I can't stand people using them as some sort of leverage point anyways. Next thing I know, the cutlery I'm holding is being dragged down her face and she has her hands around my neck. It all kind of happened very fast, but also in slow motion. I punched her boob, she kneed my stomach. Eventually 2 teachers drag us apart, and I obviously look in the wrong for striking first. She also has blood running down her face from a couple of deepish scratches. She got suspended for 3 days, and I got suspended for a week. I was pretty lucky tbh. We never had a run-in again, but she also transferred to a different school the next term, so everything just moved on. I do wish I hadn't snapped, because not only did I disappoint a lot of people, I also most likely scarred that girl's face for life, which I feel super shitty about. I was in high school and we were working on an assignment in class. If I recall, we had to color something in. I wore glasses back then, and I was coloring in something, and he asked for the colors. I said, yeah, 1 second, let me just finish this. Then he proceeded to say, give me the colors now, or I'm gonna knock those glasses off your face, you 4-eyes freak. Or something along those lines. Something snapped in me, and I just stood up, said, do you wanna take this outside? Let's go, me and you right now. Outside of the school. He said something under his breath, like, I don't want to fight you. And I said, what was that? You don't wanna fight me? You just said you're gonna knock my glasses off. Well, do it then. I just remember being so angry. The whole class was silent. He stayed quiet, and I just sat down and went back to coloring, finished what I had to do, and gave him the crayons. He never talked to me after that point. Some background knowledge: I had been doing martial arts, specifically taekwondo, for a while, so I felt pretty confident. It was probably a false confidence, laugh out loud. But I was a skinny kid with a bowl cut and glasses, and I'm sure I was easy to be picked on, and I did get picked on a lot. That's probably why I snapped. I later found out that he actually had problems at home. That's why he acted like bully. I felt pretty bad after the fact. I learned that. I still kinda feel bad for the guy to this day. Hope he's doing alright. Edit. Dang, after reading some of these other stories, bullying at my school wasn't nearly as bad. My bully caught us, me and twin sister, walking home from the pool. My mother's idiotic theory about bullies was that you needed to communicate with them and find out what you did wrong and then apologize. Then everything will be fixed. Pro tip: it will not. So she informed me that her problem with me was that I was ugly and she hated my stupid face and wanted to smash it, and then she did so with her padlock rolled in a towel. Awesome. Mom was briefly puzzled, but insisted I needed to question her further and find out what I had really done to her. Thank fuck for my stepdad, because he snuck into my room and said, I'll deny it if you tell your mother I said this, but beat her ass. After all, violence is never the answer. Pro tip: yes, sometimes it is. Couple of days later, sister and I are mailing a letter, and here she comes again. She was kicking me, calling me a little bussy beach, ugly and stupid, and I guess I just decided to try dad's way. By the end, I had her by the hair, swinging her in a huge arc so she couldn't get at me, and she was bleeding and bruised and begging me to stop. I said I would, on the condition that she never faking look, speak or touch me ever again. She agreed. Then I ran home wailing because I knew my mom was gonna be so mad at me. Even lost a shoe. Laugh out loud. Luckily again, dad was home. Took him about an hour to figure out I had won the fight. I still remember the incredulous roar of, wait, what the fuck? You won? Then what the fuck are you crying about? And then he found out that the whole time we were fighting, my sister had gone and sat on a fence and watched. And he lost it. Apparently old school fight rules say that if it's your sibling, you get the fuck in there. Mom was fluttering about in the background, yammering on about how disappointed she was. Violence is never the answer, blah blah blah. And by that point I got to see stepdad put his parenting foot down. I would not be punished for finally dealing with a bully. Mom would shut the fuck up with her hippie nonsense. Twin sister would spend the rest of the night in her room thinking about how faked up it was she sat on a fence and watched. Laugh out loud. 5th grade. was already having a bad day, and in math class my long-time tormentor sat behind me. About halfway through class, he whacks me in the back of my head with the textbook and yells, "Move fuckhead, I can't see the board." So I moved to the desk next to me, which was empty, so he moved to the desk behind that, which was also empty, and started kicking the crap out of my chair, and yelling stuff like, "Oh my fucking god, you're so fat BH, and I bet nobody even loves you cause you're so fucking retarded." Keep in mind that this was the kid who never did homework, got held back in 2nd grade, all that stuff. Also he was like 6 inches shorter than me at that time, still kind of is. Now I wasn't the tallest kid in the class, that title belonged to, insert name, who was 6 feet 2 inches in 5th grade, but I was still taller and likely stronger than almost everyone. Then he starts yelling along the lines of, "I bet I could clap you in a fight, you're so fat and weak and stupid," and then started going around class telling people that we were going to fight after school, and telling people to bet on him to win. He was short, not fat but not thin either. Never mind, I'll be honest. This kid was at least 160 pounds and already had a double chin. Odd, seeing that his parents were both fit runners. Anyway, after class he hit me in the crotch with his binder, and I fell to the ground and started crying. I was taken to the school nurse who was concerned, but I lied and told her I had another anxiety attack, had 2 or 3 almost every week. Processes similar to this went on for about 4 days. On the last day, when he was kicking and taunting me, I whipped my head around and freaking screamed at the top of my lungs, "Enough. Knock it the fuck off." Seeing as I was normally the quiet kid who was super non-confrontational, he got scared and started crying. My useless math teacher, who never did a thing to try and help me, screamed at me, gave me a detention, which I never went to, and sent me to the principal's office. I was scared too, because I was worried for myself, mostly because I have never hated a human more than that moment. After class, the teacher and the bully came to the office, where I was sentenced to even more detentions, also never served, and was suspended for fighting. Parents came to pick me up, and the principal told my parents what had happened, and my parents grounded me in front of the principal. Once we got home, my parents asked for the real story. They knew what most of the principal told them was BS, and I told them the whole story. They got super mad and called my principal, who responded, "That's what teacher's name told me. If you have a problem, go complain to her." So the next day we went to complain to the math teacher, and she got defensive and actually yelled at my parents saying, "All I saw was my name," screaming at poor bully's name. Bully's name did nothing to my name. My parents responded with, and no, they were not screaming entitled parents style, "We know our son would not lie about this sort of thing. He sees no point in lying to us." We then talked to our principal, who removed my detentions and suspension, as well as gave the math teacher, bully, and bully's parents a warning that if they heard of any problems between me and my bully, that he would be suspended or expelled. Edit. Sorry for formatting, I'm on mobile. Okay, so it wasn't at school, and it was my brother getting bullied, not me. Little bit of information: my 2 brothers are twins, but they aren't identical. He's 5 feet 9, 150 pounds, and the other 6 feet 5, 280 on a bad day. Not fat, might I add, just big and bulky like a brick sheet house, as my father says. So anyway, we own a bar as our family business, and my brother gets a lot of harassment thrown at him by a lot of guys for the way he takes care of himself. He likes to gel his hair and comb it every now and then and wear his fancy watches and shoes, which is fine, do what you want. Not to the manly men who come drinking. He shrugs it off as it's part of the job, and we both know it. I don't get too much harassment seeing as I'm a relatively small girl. So anyway, this guy comes in who we know is trouble. We haven't barred him because he hasn't done anything on our property yet. So he comes in already halfway to drunk land and demands my brother serve him his drink. At this point, 6 feet 5 brother is eating lunch on the stage beside the door, so he doesn't know he is there yet, as my brother gets him his drink, which I think was a pint of Guinness, which for those who don't know, it needs time to settle after you pull the pint. So first he screams at my brother for taking too long, which he does a lot, I've been told. Then when my brother asks him to pay the price everyone else does, he refuses point blank and throws out some random change and exclaims that he should be grateful for what he's given. At this point my brother insists he gives him the payment for the drink. In hindsight I think my brother's confidence came from Sasquatch being there. So at this stage the guy who we will call drunk as whole or DA for short throws his pint over my brother, who is staying very calm to my amazement. But when DA tries to climb the bar top, and I mean climb, Faker looked like a drunk monkey climbing Pride Rock. Well, as soon as he made a move for my 5'9" brother, out of nowhere he had my 6'5" grizzly bear of brother hauling his ass back to sobriety. He turns around to fight back, but I assume he was expecting someone smaller. Instead he caught the hands of the Lord, because I tell you I've never heard a man scream like that. In the blink of an eye DA was airborne and heading for the door via my brother's boot. My brother gently opened the door with DA's face and proceeded to pummel him to the ground like a low-budget Hulk vs Loki. Safe to say he never came back. Shame though, because he never did pay in full. I was a goth chick. It was 1987. I was 14. It was a great time to be goth, but I thought of myself as new wave. I was new in school, so I got double bullied. Weirdo with a funny accent point, there was this asshole 17-year-old sophomore. Total loser, waiting till he turned 18 so he could drop out. He had this red Impala, thing was faking red, rims were red, hubcaps were red, windshield wipers were faking red, antennae was red. He was a big ass bully, bullied everyone, all day every day. People just took it and didn't make fun of his car, cause he was way bigger than his classmates. I had just gotten out of a particularly bad gym class. People throwing rocks at me and my friends, calling us witches as we walked around the track. I was in a mood point in English class after gym. This faker is sitting right behind me. I was wearing an Echo and the Bunnyman t-shirt, and this dude drops his pencil. It rolled up by my foot. When I reached down to pick it up, to hand it back to him, he said, "Hey, Bunnyman, that's my pencil. Don't you touch it." Boy, did I snap. I picked up his desk, the one he was sitting behind, and I proceed to wail on this motherfucker with that desk. Up over my head, beat him with it, screaming, "I never did anything to you. You drive a car that looks like my period." And I beat him until he was bloody on the floor, crying. A bunch of people pulled me off of him, and an ambulance was called. People cheered, I was told. I saw nothing but rage point the next day. My dad and I were sitting outside of the guidance counselor's office. Dad is telling me, "This is it. I'll probably get kicked out of school. Maybe start my arrest record today." When we meet the guy and his parents, his dad was freaking 7 feet tall, I swear. And he told his son to shake my hand and thank me for kicking his ass. He was lucky to be getting his ass handed to him by a girl. It would teach him to lose the attitude before someone else out in the real world taught him the lesson. Most likely in prison point. Dad was right. The kid was killed in jail before he was 30. I did my part to try to get him to lose the dude. Think he had to sell the red car to pay his hospital bills too. His dad wouldn't let mine pay even their deductible. In 7th grade there was this kid who always liked to fuck around with people and just annoy them to death, including me. Whether it was insulting people, messing with people, not minding other people's privacy, it goes on point. It was in March I think, and this time the faker decided to peek over people's shoulders and exclaim that they were playing video games, which was true in my case, but that's not important. Knocking over people's binders and purposefully bumping and shoving into people. This continued for about 20 minutes until I decided to do something I like to do to other people, but not overdo. I stole his supplies. It doesn't take long for him to notice, but by the time he does, I have his stuff off the ground and I'm out point. I make my way over to where the teacher was. Whether I did this on purpose or not I have no clue, and by then he's caught up with me and literally fighting for his stuff, squeezing and digging his fingernails into my arm and cussing, which gets the teacher's attention, which gets my attention, and I let go of his stuff, only allowing him to take a few steps back before the teacher asks what is going on, and for me to go ballistic. I describe in full detail about how he's been pissing everyone off since the beginning of the school year, while also managing to suppress swearing right at the teacher. Just as he speaks up To share his side of the story, I start laying down all the heat in me on him, telling him to straight up shut up and sit down, and guess what? He says make me. I don't know if I'm the only person who feels this way, but if you tell me make me, better say your prayers. I start making my way towards him without hesitation, but the teacher must have had foresight and told me to sit down, which I did. The teacher then proceeds to bring me to the hall asking again what's going on. So I proceed on with the discussion, telling her word for word, ask literally anyone else in this classroom, they can tell you just as much as I can how much he annoys us. So she does. Unfortunately, he got away without punishment, but in turn I got a high dose of respect. Not me, but my brother. He used to get bullied pretty badly in elementary school, like people would make fun of him and not let him play games with them. One time in 4th grade, this kid ended up talking mean shit to my brother at recess and ended up pushing him. My brother had his lunchbox, a soft lunchbox, with him and just hit the kid in the face with it. I guess that was his way of snapping after taking the bullying for so long. The kid of course runs to the teacher, most likely my teacher, who was indifferent to my brother, or my brother's teacher, who hated my brother, to tell on my brother. Some of the teachers at the school and the principal also hated my brother, with the exception of his 2nd grade teacher and one of the janitors, because he was kinda immature for his age and wasn't doing some of the school work. So basically this ended up not well for my brother. He never felt safe going to teacher for anything honestly, so there wasn't much he could do. After the kid tells and my brother is sent to the office, my parents get a call from the principal. After my brother tells my dad his side, which neither the teacher or principal listened to, my dad is faking pissed. My parents want my brother switched to my class. I'm in the same grade as him, but we were in different classes because we are siblings. The school basically tells them they will after the testing we have to do this year, but the school drags it out 4 weeks, and my brother keeps getting bullied by his class, and his teacher ignores it, or just blames my brother. In the end, after we have to take this stupid standardized test, the school starts making excuses, including he needs time to say goodbye to his classmates. At that point my dad loses it, goes into the principal's office and starts yelling at the principal to change him to my class. The janitor that liked my brother happened to be in the office at the time as well, and the principal asked for the guy to stay. He noped the fuck out of there, and my dad kept yelling. My brother got sent home for the day and my dad's wish was granted the following week. Legend has it that the entire 1st floor of the school heard my dad screaming. He's hailed as a hero among a lot of the better teachers because they hated the principal. The principal ended up retiring the following year, and my brother's 4th grade teacher ended up getting fired too. TLDR, my brother hit one of his bullies with his lunchbox, and it led to his teacher getting fired and his principal retiring the following year. I got into a lot of fights in elementary school. More than a little girl should, probably, but my parents taught me to end fights, not start them. One particular day my friends were getting picked on by the principal's son and his gang of bullies. So I started fighting them. One put me in a choker hold, and I bit the fuck out of his arm, much to his dismay. Much hair pulling and punching. My mom says she was in the middle of an exam for work when she got a call from my principal that I needed to be picked up. When she got there they told her the story and that I was getting suspended. She asked if the other kids were getting suspended as well. Principal awkwardly goes, well, no, we weren't planning on it. Mom goes mama bear mode and tells him, so you mean to tell me that those boys were bullying other kids and my daughter defended her friends and she's the one getting punished? You better not be giving them special treatment just because one of them is your son, because if you are there will be hell to pay, sir. Either they all get suspended, or I will be dropping my daughter off tomorrow morning. Next day I went into school no problem, and one of the boys actually became a pretty good buddy of mine. Bullying didn't stop really. I got into many more fights in elementary school with both boys and girls. Girls like to bully with words and that hurt me more than the boys' fists in the long term. TBH. At least I can laugh about how rough and tumble I used to be and gained some fighting skills. I still shave my arms because of one girl making fun of me, and it's been at least 13 years. Sophomore year high school. The ringleader of the Ashats who'd made my life hell since 4th grade escalated to sexual assault. I'd been called racial slurs, beach, cunt, spat on, my hair cut and yanked, targeted with paint and food, kicked, tripped, sexual harassment with obscene notes and phone calls, gots. For years, I went home crying, only to have parents wave it off with just ignore them, and that means they're jealous, until it finally got drilled in my head that no one cared, no one was going to stop it. I'd sit on the bus to and from school, staring out the window, and not saying a word, and that only encouraged the bullies more. Point then the ringleader of the Ashats escalated to sexual assault. He started groping me, even in the classroom, whenever the teachers were distracted, and I tried to stay away, to dodge it, and often couldn't. Point then it all finally snapped. I was out of facts to give. The Ashat tried it as I passed his desk. He'd deliberately sat near the pencil sharpener, and I'd just finished sharpening a pencil, just before class started, so the teacher wasn't in the room yet. Not that it mattered. That social studies teacher was a basketball coach. He ignored anything the guys did. Point he grabbed, and I stabbed. I rounded on him, stabbed down with that freshly sharpened pencil, and nailed him, drawing blood and snapping the pencil in two. He yelled, grabbing his hand, and shoving his chair back so hard, that he almost fell over. I glared dead in his eyes as he stared in gape-jawed shock. Touch me again, I snarled, and I'll kill you. The whole class heard it. The whole room was silent, even his rat pack. My legs were shaking, my heart was pounding, so loud that I couldn't hear anything else, and I was dizzy from breathing so fast, but I made it back to my desk, and sat down hard as my legs finally gave out. He never touched me again. Point unfortunately, the bullying didn't stop. I was shunned and ostracized by everyone, not in my immediate friends group, but I no longer cared. Point edit, for clarity. It's been over 40 years, and I don't regret it at all. The guy was an abusive, bullying Ashat that thought he was the class clown. And now he's stuck working in a funeral home in an economically dying area. Good riddance. I was bullied from 9th grade, and in 7th grade it became really bad. People would tell me to fuck off, to go kill myself, to burn in hell. All because of these rumors that back then was my best friend had spread. The whole school hated me. It went on for 1.5 years. Before I had had enough, one day my ex-best friend asked me, what have I ever done to you? I looked her dead in the eyes, pulled up my sleeve, showed her my cuts, and said, oh, I don't know this. And then pulled my sleeve back down and walked away. I told my parents that I wanted to change schools, and so I did. There I was being bullied. People would avoid me. People saw me as weird and a freak, and I had had enough, and I said, oh, isn't it lovely to have all these fake friends who talk shit about you behind your back? And my so-called friends looked at me and ignored me. I walked away and changed schools in 9th grade. I just graduated, by the way. There was this girl. She would push me, hit me, kick me, insult me with shit like your singing voice sucks and your drawings are terrible, etc. Once she said this place was amazing, until you came here. That's when I snapped and said, I know, right? This place was so much better when I didn't have to deal with a brat like you. And she went off. I laughed at her and said, stop faking kicking me and insulting my art. I didn't come here to be judged by someone. I came here to learn. Maybe take a look at your art before judging mine. And then once she pushed me hard, so I basically pushed her back with full force and she almost fell. After that she stopped faking with me. I really only ever had one bully. I was kind of a weirdo, but still had plenty of friends. The bully was actually this really scrawny kid that everyone from the punks to the jocks hated. His older brother was a popular football player. Younger bro was just an asshole, so older bro didn't see a need to stick up for him. He figured the issue would figure itself out. I had never even spoken to this kid before, but this one day, he comes up to me in the hallway and just kind of blocks my way, and is making weird nonsense noises at me. I eventually pushed past him, and that's that point. Then he did it a few more times, and was a little more persistent each time. The final time it happened, I realized what I somehow hadn't noticed this whole time. I'm an entire torso taller than this dude, and my arms are twice the size of his. I worked summers and vacations at a sawmill. I didn't want to punch him. That wasn't even a consideration. I just wanted him to shut up and stop making this meep meep noise at me. If he was just trying to push me around, I think my brain would have gone with punch, but that wasn't even that annoying. It was him yelling weird noises at me. Note, he was not mentally disabled or anything, just want to make that clear. I grabbed him by the throat and just slammed him into the nearest wall of lockers. He just kind of collapsed to the floor, and I walked away. Literally nobody reacted. That is the weirdest part of the whole thing. My school had its share of basic fist fights, but no gang violence or anything major. There were tons of people around. This went down with people pushing past us on both sides. I don't remember seeing a single person even look at us more than an "oh, that's interesting" glance. He must have moved on to someone else after that point. To be fair, we had some weird bullies. There was this one weird kid who actually went through the trouble of filing his fingernails and teeth into fangs. Basically like when an edgelord actually is that crazy eye roll. Then, there was the huge emo kid who constantly got girlfriends and physically abused them, even while at school. He ended up getting his clock cleaned when he started creeping on the younger sister of one of our star wrestlers. My experience was with dozens of jackoffs. Practically all but a couple boys in my class and the two below me. It was a small private school. I joined it just before middle school. Now, I'll be the first to admit, I was kind of an insufferable little sheet back then. I desperately wanted friends, or even for someone to listen for once in my life. Or even to be treated as someone with some kind of worth, even if grudgingly. Then the pranks started. The teasing, the humiliation. By midway through 7th grade, I was so on edge, and so desperate for some sort of praise or camaraderie or something non-negative, that even well-intentioned constructive criticisms started to feel like attacks. Tried to get the teachers to intervene, and to their credit they tried. But I had to keep my guard up almost every minute of the day. Even so, through it all, the only person I could consistently say was on my side on a daily basis was my mother. The problem there was that for some bizarre reason she thought the whole thing was caused by my dandruff problem, and resolved to fix that problem by any means necessary. This made things considerably worse, tbh, because I stopped wanting to shower. Having your head scratched bloody raw for hours on end before even being allowed in the bathroom kinda did that. And then I had to endure even more bullshit at school, because I smelled so ripe as a result. I lashed out multiple times, trying to fight back. But I was outnumbered and massively outweighed. They thought it was faking hilarious. And the attacks and humiliation got worse and worse. This pattern of loneliness and misery continued until a hockey game one fateful early Saturday morning, during 8th grade. I was having a very bad morning, overslept, hadn't eaten a bite, had to take my Advil with my mother's god-awful tea, while rushing to the rink to get changed. And half a dozen of my tormentors headed into the locker room to laugh at me and cheat on me for being late, while I was having a panic attack, frantically putting my skates and pads on and at least trying to do the right thing. I saw red and flipped out again. This time, there was one key difference. I had my skates on. Sent one of them to the hospital with a lacerated leg before I regained control of myself and stormed off. I wish I could say the abuse, teasing, and humiliation stopped completely after that, but it at least died down to manageable levels 20 odd years later, though I'm still dealing with serious problems trying to deal with other people, work up the courage to start dating again, and take on responsibilities as an adult. Even something as simple as sending a resume, doing homework for my degree, or looking for a therapist to help me deal with all this still gets me horribly stressed out. Even today, my instincts still scream don't do it. Don't do anything to get noticed, or the bullies will pounce on you. Don't reach out to other people, they'll hate you instantly. Nobody will ever want to hear anything you have to say. Don't bother trying to date, you're still that tiny, smelly little bastard with no friends, and no woman will want to be near you. Even though I know I've changed, and have worked hard to be a better man, and have better people in my life now as a result, it's very hard to quiet that negativity. I still don't regret sending one of my bullies to the hospital, though. I wish it hadn't escalated to that point, but I'm not gonna lie, it felt damn good, just to not lose for once. I'm a gentle giant, and took a lot of abuse from bullies during my years in school. My senior year I find out that I still needed a PE credit, so I get stuck in a class, thankfully right before lunch. So this new troublemaker who moved in a year prior decides that he's going to use his short man aggression on me. I blow it off thinking I have a few months before I graduate and see my town in a rearview mirror. I did the best I could by talking with coach about it and telling him that I'm concerned about graduating and fighting would fuck that up. The last week of school arrives and we no longer have to suit up anymore and the guys are welcome to do whatever. I was sitting on the rollout bleachers finishing some homework when suddenly my right side of my head starts stinging. My glasses fly off and I literally see red out that eye. I turn my head in the direction of a muffled laugh I hear through my screeching ear. That little faker threw a basketball at my head no more than 12 feet from my head. He's on the floor howling with laughter while the underclass boys just look at me, wondering what I was going to do. Well, they got a show. From my position, I launch myself off the bleachers onto the bully. I beat his ass and as I pick him up thinking what I'm going to do I hear coach call my name and I snap back to reality. He tells me in a calm voice to go to his office while he takes the bleeding bully into the athletics depth infirmary. It's where they treat injured players to clean him up. I quietly walk to his office at the other end of the ball court and sit down. Out of my good ear, I can hear him yelling at the bully about how many times he told him to leave people alone. A few moments later the bell rings and everyone goes to lunch and I wait for coach to come and take me to the principal's office. I'm doing my best to calm down when he comes to his office. He has a pen light in his hand and while he assesses my ear and eye, calmly tells me that nothing is going to happen and that they had been full aware of this kid's mental issue. I apologize to coach who only stops me to apologize for not being able to do anything other than tell the kid to stop and that he crossed the line and I acted accordingly. I wasn't the only one he had messed with and he told me that had he been in my position, he would have been suspended by now for beating his as not a word was said and I graduated the next week. Had this super annoying guy in my class starting in 6th grade. We were always stuck sitting next to each other because of our last names starting with the same letter. One day I had to take something to the principal, so I was gone for about 15 minutes. When I came back I started looking for my binder that had been on my desk when I left. It was the kind that you can put papers or whatever in the covers, and I had a ton of those $1 holographic stickers in there because I collected them. When the teacher realizes I'm looking for something and asks me what it was, he then demanded that it be returned to me. This guy pulls it out of his backpack and hands it to me. It was obvious that all of my stickers were gone, so I told him to give them back. It turns out that he had took them all out and passed them around to his friends and refused to get them back because he said I'm not an Indian giver. I hardly ever defended myself in front of teacher, but I was mad. That was easily $30 worth of stickers and inky. One person had the decency to give the one they had back. So I warned him, get them back or I'm slapping you. He just laughed, so I smacked him across the face as hard as I could. He grabbed his cheek, but then looked at me and said that felt good. Do it again. So I backhanded him across his other cheek. At this point he screams at the teacher to do something to me, and my awesome teacher looked at him and said I was about to intervene until, like an idiot, you asked her to do it again. Get her stickers back or you'll get a failing grade on class walk for the day and you can't afford that kind of grade. None of his friends would hand the stickers back and he ended up bringing me $10 the next day because someone had told his grandmother what had happened. He really didn't bother me much after that. Last year, in my senior year of high school, I don't live in America, so I don't know if this is correct. I got really bullied by all of my class. We were only 8 people in it. This lasted all year, but one time I really snapped point. It was during one special week during when we were supposed to make some art for an exposition. Art school nonsense stuff, you know. And one of my main and worst bully, a small sassy gay dude, but like sassy in a bad way. For example, he proposed to give a BJ to some of the sport team dudes and was really into straight men. And no, it's not James Charles or Mayo. He really tried to crush me during this time. I was controlling myself and making myself invisible like I always did. We were told to do some sculpture sheet with recyclable materials. I was really into it and made some sophisticated drawings of it, and for the first times Since a long times I was proud of myself. My team and I had found all the stuff we needed for making this piece of art. It was like a steampunk air balloon, and it was kinda cool. But this little sheet stole some of my stuff while I was talking to my teacher because I was having a major panic attack. I was really unwell during high school. The thing about me is that I'm a fairly tall girl, like 5 feet 8, 1.72 meters for my non-American fellow Redditors. I was really thin at this time, but when I'm in a stressful situations I can hurt someone if it's really inevitable. I saw him taking probably half of my stuff and shoving it in his pocket. Watch mechanism. Nails etc. He didn't immediately saw that I saw him, but I instantly rushed toward him, took his hand, crushed her on my desk. He kept insulting me, tried to give me a punch. This dude was really short, like 5 feet 1 maybe. He tried to punch me in the stomach because I had really snapped inside and I was not letting him go. He tried to hit me on my self-harm scars who were healing during this times. Not proud of it, but not ashamed of it, so I don't have problem to show my arms when I need to. This made me lose my shit entirely. He was mocking me. Nobody tried to separate us during like 5 whole minutes, and some of the students were filming and laughing at me. I grabbed a cutter, I needed it for my project, and tried to stab him in the hand while shouting at him and uncontrollably crying. One of my teacher finally got it and sent him back to his seat. I rushed out the class and cried for a good 2 hours while one of the sweetest teacher I had tried to help me with a hug and some breathing techniques. For like 2 seconds I think, was really going to stab him and hurting him really bad. I'm grateful I hadn't done it, but he was really putting me on edges. I'm a super shy and calm person, but when I can't take something much longer I lose my shit. The day after this incident I tried to kill myself in the school bathrooms. This dude made bets with some of my bullies on the fact I wasn't going to make it. High school really sucked for me, my dudes, but karma is karma, and last September I was walking down the street near the center of my town. I study and live in a really small city and the majority of the students don't go elsewhere for college. He came toward me with like 2 other of my bullies and was like, "So it's good to see you. How are you doing?" I just stared at him like, "What the fuck, are you on drugs or something?" Pointy. Hasn't much changed. He's the same little beach he was before, and he'll probably fail at life because he's currently studying something that don't have job opportunities. Like really not. While I'm studying psychology, I get good grades, even if I have depression, and sometimes it's really hard to get out of my bed. My dream is to help to build a program for preventing and fighting bullying and giving advice to teachers. I know I can do it. I'm not a failure like they always told me. I can and I will succeed and crush them with the positive impact I'll make on society. By the way, I'm sorry if my English seems off. I never took class for it and learned because of internet. Feel free to point out any bad and infuriating mistakes. If anyone struggle with bullying, I hope you're safe. Remember, you're loved and cared about. And if you got no one, know that a tall non-English girl on Reddit think about you. I have a few of these, but one that pops to mind now. During school there was a group of boys who used to terrorize me at my locker whenever they could. One would get a bin and bring it over. The other would knock my books into the bin, while another pulled my jumper off me to throw on top of the super dusty vending machine that hadn't been wiped down ever, bar being dusted by my jumper. Another would be trying to grab my bag and, upon succession, would empty the contents into the bin and turn it inside out, close it and throw that on top of the vending machine too. One day I proper snapped. My 11-year-old guinea pig had just died, and my abusive parents were particularly abusive the day before. Got beat up for asking my mum why she never remembers to cook me dinner. The first guy moves towards me, and I shout, "Not today, Dean. Not faking today." And he said, "What? You on your period or something?" And I snapped, punched him in the face, pushed him into my locker, and started slamming my door off his head. When he turned around I kneed him in the nutsack and then clawed at his neck. Unfortunately for me, a teacher saw what I'd done and sent the boys away. Her response was to say, "All that makeup, and you're still really ugly." All that makeup that I felt I had to wear to be treated better by the kids in school. I was pissed though. I just said, "Oh, so you're here," when I attacked them. But the numerous times they've attacked me at my locker, where the fuck were you? Beach clearly didn't listen and just said, "Don't dare speak to a teacher that way. Leave now before I send you to the principal and work on that ugly attitude." I went into my first class, which happened to be music. The teacher, of whom I had a strong enough bond with, we both had cancer around the same time and bonded over it. He was also extremely supportive a month or so before, when I had attempted suicide, so I think he was being extra sensitive around me. I had been crying and was doing that quiet sniffling thing when he called me out of the class and asked me what was wrong. I broke down and explained the situation. God bless this man. He sprung into action. Miss Freeman stormed up to her classroom and rapped on the door. When she answered, all confused, he said, in his most stern voice, and this guy was scary. I was one of the few unafraid of him, and even at that he intimidated me sometimes. "Freeman, you got a minute? It's extremely important." She comes out, "Oh, what's this about?" And he roared at her. I gather that they went to school together, because he said something along the lines of, "Now I know you were Miss Popular in school and likely one of the idiots that says bullshit like bully never happened in our school." He did the silly voice and all, and I'm sure you are completely oblivious to extremely obvious signs of bullying, seeing as you don't even see your own daughter doing it. She was in our school, a huge cunt, but this wonderful beautiful student here was standing up for herself for one of the first times ever, and your dumbers decided to deal with the situation half-assed and only scolded her without considering to yourself why a straight A student was acting that way towards a group of boys that had her cornered at her locker. God help the future students if teachers do their jobs as pathetically and lazily as you. You should be totally ashamed of yourself. And to comment on a student's appearance? Is there no limit to how inappropriate you are? He then sent me back to class because he had more to say. Mind you, she was trying to interject, but every time she did he would shout louder and say, "Don't faking test me, woman. For once in your life, let someone else speak." Point about 15 minutes later he was outside our class, everyone wondering what the fuck happened, and he calls me out. She's there with her tail between her legs. I'm terribly sorry for misjudging the situation earlier and for not listening when you were trying to explain the situation. I hope you can accept my apology. I just said I don't really, but I understand why you chose to pick on me and not the boys, if that's any consolation. I was a quiet kid. I liked to help others, and no one ever bullied me. However, in year 9 or 10 I was asked a personal question about my religion and what sect of the religion I ascribed to. The people who asked me these questions transformed when I gave them my answer. I was naive and didn't really understand what was happening. These people weren't exactly my friends, but I've helped them when they had trouble learning something. I've met them out of school before, and I've made them laugh before in conversations we've had. After that day, they told me things about the women of my sect. They told me things about our scholars and religious leaders. They said things that were blatantly untrue, but I was assuming the best intentions. Things got more physical when they asked me about my family. That's when I realized this isn't them being honest or informative. This was them being combative and hateful. So one day, while getting ready for English class, I was taking out my books, and the leader of these kids pulled on my collar. I looked around at him. He gave me a big cheesy smile, so I turned back around and continued my preparations. As the class started, I got pelted by a few small scrunched up paper balls. I turned around this time and asked him out loud what was his problem. "Keep in mind I'm the quiet kid." He replied that I'm unfaithful to God and a few other things. I stood up in the middle of the class, ignoring the teacher, and started yelling. I said things along the lines of "I will fuck you," and he responded coolly with "Yeah, that's right. That's what the people of your sect like to do," implying homosexuality, to which I responded, "That's right. My sect, fuck people." Called the boy's name. I'm unsure what he saw or why, but he shrunk in his seat. The bullying stopped altogether, and a few days later, he came and apologized and kissed me on the forehead. This was 13 to 15 years ago. I don't remember all the details, but it was a moment that made me ask more questions and read more about what's happening in the part of the world I live in. Before that moment, I had been ganged up on by the boys' friends. I pushed them off of me, but it felt more like they were just messing around than actually targeting me. I've stood up to bullies on behalf of my friends before then, and my two brothers However, that moment was very much me snapping and threatening all hell on this bully. Edit. Formatting. 10th grade. Was picked on my entire life by many, but especially by this one dude we'll call Gary. Gary was such jerk and bully that even kids at other schools knew about him and didn't like him. He wasn't the big strong type of bully, he was the scrawny, runs his mouth type of bully. So for years, I dealt with the not stop mouth of Gary. Till one day, I chose to stop listening to it. It was lunch period and we were all in line to get food. Our cafeteria had these narrow lines you'd funnel down with the metal food serving area on one side and a concert wall on the other. I was standing by the milk cooler, on wheels, when another kid, Tim, I knew jumped ahead in line. Now I was running late for a physics lab, so I called him out on his just locating himself in the front. Tim came back and pushed me as he grabbed a milk. I lost my balance and fell into the milk cooler, on wheels, and pushed it away and fell down. As I'm sitting there embarrassed, I hear Gary, two people behind me in line, cheering on Tim and yelling insults my way. I snapped. All the pent-up rage from years of dealing with this kid came out at once. I stood up and threw Gary into a headlock and started squeezing. At some point I threatened to kill him. I don't recall this at all to this day, but it was claimed by others and just kept squeezing till a friend in line got me to let go. As I let go, Gary turned and smirked at me and said, "Hi, you're in so much shit now, magnetic Gumby." Well, if I had snapped before, this was full on overboard. I grabbed him with my left hand around the throat and proceeded to lift him off the ground while yelling, "Just shut your f+ing mouth for once." I remember watching his eyes start to tear up before someone pulled me away from him. Post incident, school threat and expulsion. His parents told them not to because they knew how much of a prick he was. My best friend got a petition signed by half our class stating to expel him, not me. Ran into him 2 years later, almost punched him again, but he ran away running his mouth. I later substituted in that same school with many of the teachers we had and many actually thanked me as they all could not stand him since he made their life hell. The one actually said, "I don't know how that kid didn't get his ass kicked daily. Last I heard he does charity work or some shit." Guy was such a horrible human being too. So many people for so long. Maybe he's trying to balance the karma scales or something. I was in 4th grade, skinny and short. The bully was in 6th grade. I think that he was going through puberty. He seemed extremely tall to me. The school had a few very large green sports fields, and at lunch my friend and I used to walk the circumference of the campus and chat, tell jokes and laugh while we ate our lunches. For some reason this crazy guy started following us every day, cussing at us as we walked. He would follow us, cussing us out the whole lunch hour. My friend kept saying, if we ignore him, he'll leave us alone. Laugh out loud. One day as I was headed back to class, the bully followed me all the way back to my classroom. I was trying to ignore him as he walked behind me cussing. Just then, I looked up and there, in front of me, were all 20 of my classmates lined up at the door, waiting to go back into class when the teacher would arrive. All of my classmates' heads were turned. They were watching the situation, me being followed and yelled at by him. They all knew me, we were all friends, and I could see on their faces that they felt that what was happening was a huge injustice. At that moment something inside of me snapped. I spun around, jumped as high as I could, and wrapped my arms around his neck. The surprise factor and my hanging weight pulled him to the ground. I quickly sat down on his chest and proceeded to pummel him repeatedly in the face until one of the girls in line yelled, "The teacher's coming." I think that she was worried that I would get in trouble, which was probably true. I stood up, brushed myself off and calmly went and stood at the back of the line with my class. It was an empowering experience. I don't recall ever seeing him again. Finally my time to shine. So my story starts. When I was in year 7 I started the year alright. I was a bit nervous but otherwise alright. I was the quiet kid in the class. I always sat in the middle of the room of every single lesson. The first 2 terms were fine. And then comes term 3, this bulky fat kid had walked into the classroom and sat next to me. Turns out he would have been in our class at the start of the year, but no, he was sent to juvenile detention for aggravated assault against an elder. Since he wanted to prove he was tough, he started making our lives terrible. Everyone in the class He would steal money, whip people with his tie, punch people for no good reason than for the fun of it, and I just happened to be one of the kids who he targeted a lot. This went on for some time. It ended last year, when I was in year 10th. Now I have several mental problems, and when I go off my parents compare me to a angry mother bear on crack cocaine. I was on medication for my problems, but my doctor said he wanted to see what would happen if I didn't have my medicine of a month, and in that month my grandfather had sadly passed away, peacefully. It was a week after his funeral. On a day I was feeling quite upset, he kept slapping me in the back so much, so that I finally let my anger out and snapped. It was at lunch he slapped me, and I lost it. I turned around and right hooked him in the jaw, then I kicked him in the knee, then he fell to the ground like a ragdoll. I can't remember what happened after that, but people told me that I repeatedly punched him in the face, breaking his nose, and then I stood up and said, "If you want more, you know where to find me." I can remember what happened after that. I went and sat by myself on some steps looking at my hand covered in blood. 30 minutes later I was called up to the office and was suspended for 20 days. After the 20 days I went back to school and everyone was applauding me as I walked into the school, and ever since the once bully has been afraid of me, and I'm now quite popular. So yeah, that's my story. Growing up, I always looked much younger than my classmates. I was also way shorter and somewhat effeminate. So basically, the perfect target for bullies. I got into many fights over the years, but two instances always come to mind. The first one was when I took down some kid twice my size. He kept pushing me to the ground or ramming me into other people. This one time I got up and told him to fuck off. I knew I couldn't really fight this guy, so I went for strategy. He waited for me to attack. I threw a very weak left punch towards his face, hoping he would grab my hand. It worked. Then I pulled him down towards me and threw a bunch of hooks right into his gut with my free hand. I managed to hit him right where it hurts, and he lost his breath instantly. Knowing I'd never have another chance like this, I also grabbed his head and drove my knees into his neck a few times. The giant fell down gasping for air right as one of the monitors yanked me away and called my parents. My dad pretended to be very angry, but he was all sorts of impressed that I managed to take down a kid that big. His dad was also more curious than angry. After that went down, I got sorta famous for a while and bullies left me alone. A few years later I started having problems again. I had friends who would roll me on the ground, punch me, etc. I never really fought back, since I tend to avoid confrontation as much as possible. They just found it funny that they could do stuff to me, and I just pretend it didn't happen for the sake of not having to get into a fight. My mother wasn't happy with me getting home all bruised up and dirty, though. So she told me to make them stop. D. I explained that this would lead to violence, and she told me to start fighting people if it came down to that. A week later, she gets called to school because I broke a metal chair on one of my classmates' head and backside and pushed another one's face into a water fountain. Like I said before, I couldn't really go head to head with kids that were much bigger and stronger than me, so I would resort to sneak attacks, which gave out the impression that I was some sort of maniac. I guess it was good, though. After I started breaking school property on other people's heads and my mother told the principal that she was just fine with it, the school started getting teachers and monitors to follow me everywhere I went, which made the school much safer to me. After I was spotted getting attacked by my bully pals a few times, the principal called my mother up again to apologize. This was the 90s, when bullying was considered normal, I guess, so it was really interesting to see the school taking action about it. Oh, there has been multiple occasions. I was bullied for most of my school time, from 2nd grade to halfway through 9th grade. Every day was awful. I have had stones thrown at me, being kicked in the balls, spat in, beaten, pitted against younger siblings like gladiator fights, beat up if I won. The bullies peed in my school bag, assigned me as goalie, and tried to hit me with the footballs. Said to every time they walked past me, stolen my phone, and filmed the abuse I was subject to on my own device. I've snapped a few times. This is one of the most memorable times. Because I snapped, but only for a split second, and it changed everything. One fateful day in December, it was a somewhat calm day. The new kid, whom I still talk to occasionally 10 years later, and I was sitting in the couch, talking. One of the kids right above me in the hierarchy wasn't having it. He went up to me, demanding my spot on the couch. I told him to fuck off. I was sitting there. He got mad, grabbed me by the collar and sleeve, and pulled me up. Now, a bit of context. In the beginning of 9th grade, I started practicing jiu-jitsu. None of my classmates knew, but I wanted to be able to defend myself. Unfortunately, most of the abuse that semester, up until this point, had been psychological. 5 months had passed since I started, and I was getting pretty good, especially at grapples and pins. This poor bully, who wasn't actually one of the bad ones, had no idea what hit him. He was a big dude, but as soon as he grabbed me and pulled me up, he went over my shoulders and crashing down to the floor. To everyone's surprise, the entire classroom was silent and everyone looked at me. I quietly sat down and continued my talk with the new kid, who complimented me and said finally, the active abuse stopped that day, and a few months later I was invited to parties, social gatherings, and people started treating me like a human. For the first time since 2nd grade. I have also snapped and thrown a hammer at another classmate, but I figured that story wasn't as interesting. In 5th or 6th grade, I had a bully who was in several of my classes, whose name I will replace with bully. Never physical, but always mouthing off and acting like an idiot and making me the butt of his jokes. My dad knew he constantly bothered me, tried coaching me in how to deal with him non-violently and without stooping to his level. I tried turning cheeks, I tried walking away, I tried ignoring, I tried telling teachers. Nothing ever worked. Bully was just a genuine relentless dickhead to me and a few other kids. He ended up on the same little league team as me too. He was a decent baseball player, but he pissed every other player off with his snarky cocky attitude. He thought he was the absolute best player on the team and would talk down to everyone else. My dad was a coach for the team too, meaning he had some part in getting Bully on the team with me. He probably thought he could supervise the two of us, help us settle beef, and see each other's side, and maybe if he saw me as a teammate outside of school he'd treat me with more respect inside of school. My dad's unwavering moral compass and infinite wisdom at work. Well, that never panned out. Because Bully couldn't do anything at baseball practice since my dad was lording over him, he escalated his sheet in school with me to make up for it. It's not like the teachers didn't know either. He was constantly in trouble for picking on people and not doing his work. So at this point, every relevant adult knew he was a problem, but no punishment seemed to faze him. Then one day, he sat in class 2 seats over from me. He's bothering basically everyone around him. I'm doing my absolute best to focus on my work and ignore him. Suddenly I feel a sharp pain on my arm. Bully had taken a ruler, one of the wood ones with a metal edge like this one, rubbed the metal edge back and forth along the corner of his desk, and used it to burn my arm. He started laughing hysterically. I'm clutching my arm in pain. I put on a loud voice, not screaming but stern, and say, "Bully, you suck." Loud enough for the entire class to hear. Teacher comes over to reprimand me, and I have to explain he just faking burned me with a ruler. Luckily the school had had enough of him at this point. They used this as grounds for expulsion, since he'd used a weapon to hurt another student. When I told my dad what happened, instead of expressing relief that his son no longer had to deal with his bully, he grounded me for a month because of what I said to Bully when he burned me. What the fuck am I supposed to say to the kid who acts like an asshole to everyone I know and then just burned me with a ruler? I love my dad. He raised me well, and I understand what he was trying to do, getting me to walk the high road with Bully. But it baffles me why my dad punished me for telling this kid he sucks when he really does suck and has consistently sucked for the past year. TLDR, Bully uses metal edge on a ruler to burn me. I tell him he sucks. He ends up expelled. My dad grounds me for insulting the bully. I'm quite big. A football player, I played off lineman. This kid named Robert would always push harass, call me names whenever I seen him or he seen me. So one day I was upset because on my English test I got a 75, and on top of it all I had a horrible sleep. I woke up puking. It was math at 9:30 AM and the class was about to end in a few minimums. I got my stuff, walked to the door and waited. Then the bell rang. I was happy to go to my name to class, and I was shocked when he didn't say anything to me the whole class. I was walking past the library when he pushed me. I threw my books up in the air, turned around, and he punched me in the chest. So I tackled him on the ground, started punching him in his face, and then I got up because I thought I beat him good enough. When I was walking away, I turned to see if he was still on the floor. He wasn't, and he hit me in the nose. So then I punched him in the face again and again till he fell over. Then I started kicking him. At this point it looked like a bar fight, blood everywhere, and I let him get up again. There was this glass window outside the library that had a TV in it for announcements and whatnot. I then, after he got up, started slamming his head into the glass until he fell back down. I walked away with a bloody nose. I was walking down the hall to go to class after seeing him on the ground, and my hoodie was all bloody. I ran into the principal in the hallway. She said, "What happened?" I said, "I tried resolving this right with the kid, but I beat his ass." She said, "Go to the office." I saw his face after, all puffed and blood on his shirt. I went home at 11 feeling like I hit the lottery. Oh boy, my time to shine. Brief rundown of my history with bullies. Kindergarten 5th I wasn't bullied. 6th 12th I was relentlessly bullied due to a wardrobe malfunction in PE and me making friends with a severely bipolar kid. It escalated every year until 11th grade and then plateaued. Backstory on me: I'm a very large male, 6 feet 2 in middle, 6 feet 4 in high school, was a multi-sport athlete all throughout. Easily the biggest kid, 6th 12th by a pretty decent margin. Enough on that. Here are my snaps. 70th grade, right after Halloween. Hick on the bus. That's a general dicta. Basically everyone decides to stick a chewed up milk dud into my very long curly hair. Then proceeds to goad me to do something about it. When we all stand up to get off the bus, I turn around and throw a haymaker that destroys his nose, raccoon eyes and everything. Bus driver hated the kid too and didn't see it. He never bugged me again. 8th grade, another hick dick bag would sneak up on me, jump up and put all his weight on my shoulder with the intent to knock me down. I was worth the most points due to my size. The last time he tried, I ducked into it and thrust up as hard as I could and sent him into the ceiling and broke some tiles. He also never bugged me again. 9th grade, wasn't personally being bullied, but my best friend was, so I threw the bully, a very skinny hick, as far as I could. He didn't fall out, hit anything, but was really freaked out that I was able to throw him as far as I did, maybe about 10 feet or so. 10th grade, a couple guys a grade above me would make fun of me and my girlfriend, also a grade above me, in the locker room. One day they were going way too far in the showers, so I swept the leg, slammed one of the guys on the ground, and told him that if I heard him say her name again the next time would be way worse. 11th grade, by then I had a bit of a reputation of going off when pushed too far. So this giant of a hick made it his goal to try getting me to that point to make a statement that nobody could do shit to him. During a football dress up day, he flipped my lunch tray onto my brand new dress clothes, which really pissed me off, but I just walked away. He then punched the back of my head really hard. I had had multiple concussions by then, so that really pissed me off, cause it could've given me another. I picked up my lunch tray and broke it across his face. One of the custodians saw it and backed me up to the principal, so all I had to do was pay for the lunch tray. 6th grade, was new in town. Mostly everyone at school was chill, but this one kid who clearly had his own issues used to mess with me a lot, talk shit, etc. After half a year of this, one day we got stuck sitting next to each other in class, and he made a remark about my little brother, who had physical and mental disabilities, and people making fun of him was the only thing that would really piss me off as a kid. Bully and I were the two tallest kids in school by a significant margin, and my older brother and his friends used to practice wrestling moves on me and use me as a sparring dummy, so I wasn't afraid of getting hit, whereas the bully kid clearly hadn't ever been in an actual fight, which became obvious when I started hitting him in the face and he just turtled up. Only lasted like 2 or 3 seconds. I got sent home for the day, and he got suspended for 2. I should've gotten worse. I escalated it to violence, but he had a reputation for bullying and causing problems, and I was known for being shy, but nice to everyone. He stopped bothering me after that, toned down his decisiousness to other kids a little bit as he realized that he'd gotten a bad enough reputation. That he would get in trouble for getting punched in the face, which I think is really fed up and sad in retrospect. That summer his mom sent him to one of those outward bound programs. When he came back he'd clearly worked through whatever issues he'd had and became a super nice guy, apologized to everyone at school for his behavior. And we were friends till he and his mom moved an 8th grade. Edit. Just remembered a more minor incident. A few days earlier I'd been getting picked on by some older kids at my brother's basketball game. My dad was the coach, so I had to go to all of them. Afterwards my dad told me, "You're 10 years old and 5'7". If another kid is being mean to you, just kick the crap out of them." Next week in school someone told me another kid was saying some lies about me. Don't even remember what. So at recess I walked up to him and we just started fighting. Turned out he hadn't said any of it and also got picked on by other kids. We became best friends for years. I'm British, so I don't really know how to transcribe the grades for our American friends. I was in year 8 secondary and was at this really rough school. I was bullied every single day from the day I set foot in there. But this one sticks out in my memory, so here goes. There was this kid who had massive buck teeth and literally pissed everyone off so much. Most of the time no one did anything to him, and the teachers certainly just ignored the bullying. Really depressing sheet. But anyway, the kid started winding me up on a Monday. He was being particularly annoying and honestly just being a cunt. I was a learner. I wanted to learn. So the kid just starts with the usual BS comments about my weight. Then he starts kicking the back of my chair. I highlighted this to the teacher. She was a very nice teacher, but she didn't get involved cause she was scared of the kid. After the persistent 10 minutes of kicking my chair, he starts coming out with the "your mum" jokes. In mind, this was 2004, and that really got my back up as I love my mum that much, and she was my rock throughout those 3 years of hell. Something I wasn't going to let slide was his insults. So he says "your mum is fat etc." Generic low-level basic insulting fuckery, which was more annoying than offensive. This goes on for the rest of the lesson. This tirade lasted 45 minutes. I was at my wit's end point anyway. Lesson finishes and we go off to the next lesson, physics. So he leaves before me. I brinkley walk behind him. He stops and leans against the wall to talk to someone with his back to me. I literally tap his left shoulder. He turns around and I right hook him. The amount of rage and energy I put into that punch must have been something, especially seeing that he spun round a bit. I then grabbed his head and smash his face full on into a windowsill. I do it again, and one of his teeth fall out. Turns out it was one of his baby teeth or something. It gets split up. I just stop when the teacher puts his hand on my shoulder. He knew and understood me. I have ASD, and barely anyone even knew or understood what it was at that school. Teacher says to me, "Go to the head of year's office," which I do calmly. I knew I'd done wrong, but I needed to release that anger so bad. As I go to walk off, the kid then gains a bit more of himself and goes to swing at me. Misses cause the teachers grab him. Laugh out loud. Anyway, when we were stood in front of the head of year, he literally just went and said, "Kid, you have annoyed so many people, you bully so many people, and this was coming for you. I warned you. I want you to shake on it and apologize." End of the issue. The kid protests, but he hit me etc. Lost a tooth, teacher. I said end of story. All in all, it was a weird experience. I stopped some asshole bullying me. I didn't get punished for literally smashing his face up, and then half the school respected me for about a month afterwards. Really faking. Surreal. Am I proud of it? Course not. But when you are in a school that's so rough, the teachers won't help to stop it. You sometimes have to make your own stand. TLDR was at a rough school. Bucktooth cunt bullied me for an hour straight. Was known bully. I smashed his face in, got no punishment, and got respected by other students. Weird. When I was in 7th grade, in the middle of the school year, we moved to a new town. On my first day at my new middle school, I was putting my coat in my locker when the kid whose locker was next to mine walked up. I didn't know anyone, so I just said something like, "Hey, I'm Lanky, I'm new here. What's your name?" He looked at me kind of funny and introduced himself. His name was John. That was pretty much it. I later found out he was thought of as one of the toughest kids in our grade. He played hockey and everyone was leery of him. But I never saw him picking anyone, and he was always decent to me, although I can't say we were friends or anything. The following year, my brother came to the school. He was a short, chubby, baby-faced, quiet kid with a crew cut, played the violin and loved history. A born bully magnet. He came with me to my locker on the first day and John was there. I introduced my bro to him, and, like he did with me, he looked at him in this amused way and shook hands with him. A few months later my bro stayed after school and was waiting for the bus when a pack of bullies came up to him and started hassling him. I was not there, so I only heard this story. They smashed his books and papers out of his hands, the papers all blowing away in the wind. They snatched his violin and started playing Keep Away and shoved him down, broke his glasses, and laughed as he cried. As this is going down, John walks up. He looks at these guys and asks what's going on here. The bullies knew who he was and assumed that John would join in. Wrong. John helped my bro up and said bro is a friend of mine. He took one bully by the throat and told him to pick up every sheet of paper blowing around and stack them neatly and hand them back to my bro. He told another kid to collect the pieces of broken glasses and told the third kid to pick up the violin case and clean the mud off it with his shirt. Then he made them each apologize to him, telling them to refer to him as Mr. Planky, and then told them that if he ever heard about them messing with my bro again he would beat the living shit out of them. John left the school at the end of 9th grade and I never saw him again. But I will never forget him for how he stood up for a frightened little kid that day. Will probably be buried, but wanted to share anyway. I was in 6th grade and rode the bus with grades 1 to 8. 1 to 7 weren't an issue, but the 8th graders on our bus were spiteful. I still remember one bully who had blonde hair, always in a braid. She was awful and had made me a target for the entire year. I am a huge book nerd and used to read the entire bus ride home. One Friday I had checked out one of the Chicken Soup for the Soul books and was pretty engrossed. Evidently she had been trying to get my attention, yelling something mean, but I was so into the pages that I didn't hear her. She finally ripped the book out of my hands, licked it, and tossed it out the bus window. Mind you, she had been doing stuff like this the entire semester, and my parents were aware. The mistake she made that day though, was tossing the book just 30 feet or so from my driveway, where the bus dropped me off. It was also the afternoon we were leaving for a road trip, so my dad happened to be standing there, with the truck running, waiting for me to get home. He said later that he saw the book go out the bus window and just knew that it was mine. When I stepped off the bus, nearly in tears, he said he'd had enough. He let me get off, then asked the bus driver for a quick word. Now my dad is an imposing figure. He's always been a big guy and has the don't mess with me aura without having to really try. The bus driver had known about the bullying, but had continued to do nothing about it, so she went completely silent when my dad stepped onto the bus. Around the same time, all 30-something other kids on the bus shut up as well. He waited until he had all of the kids looking at him and spoke in a low angry tone. I'm Ira Tenaville's 1234's dad, and I know how some of you have been treating her. He said later he's spotting Miss Blonde Braid in the back of the bus trying to look scarce and made eye contact with her, and I know who you are. I will be going to the school tomorrow to file a formal complaint, and I will be contacting your parents. If I ever hear about any of you others mistreating her, you will also be given the same treatment. Do I make myself clear? He then stood there for another 10 seconds, watching the kids nod, then stomped off the bus. I didn't have any other issues with her after that. My dad said she had turned white when he picked her out in the crowd of students. She wasn't punished in school, as far as I know, but she sure got quiet. We had the school director is then, so my parents were able to speak with her about her behavior. That's my only guess as to why she left me alone. She stopped pushing people in the halls and kept to herself on the bus from then on. Not long after that, we ended up moving, but it was so empowering to watch my dad put the fear of God in her. I've told this story before, but I'll tell it again, because it still makes my blood boil. When I first attended high school I made friends with a guy who seemed alright. A bit arrogant but I didn't really mind. Over the course of the year he borrowed stuff from me without returning them and was overall just a terrible person, under the breath insults and shunning me in favor of people who didn't even seem to like him. Eventually we stopped being friends. I gave up on all the stuff he borrowed and I figured that was that. As you might imagine, it didn't stop. In fact, it got worse. The under the breath insults turned into full-on insults. He put me down in front of as many people as he could. He shoved me whenever we passed and kept blaming everything on me. It was infuriating. Somehow, throughout all this, I noticed that he's got barely any friends. That all this bullying was done to try and impress people. I got it into my dumb brain that maybe he deserves a second chance. Part of me trying to be his friend again was because I was pretty lonely and I had projected too many of those feelings onto this guy. Oh, how wrong I was. It got even worse once he realized that he could abuse me, but I kept with it. At one point he got one of his other friends to pour sawdust over my head, but I saw his reflection in the window and managed to dodge it, accidentally bumping the handful of sawdust into the guy's face, causing him to start a coughing fit. What struck me was the fact that the bully was laughing at his friend who I accidentally got with the sawdust. It then clicked for me. He literally had no friends, only people that he abused. So from that point on I made it clear that I wanted nothing more to do with him. He didn't get the message and continued to pester me until I told him that I would start punching him if he kept going, hoping that he would back off from the threat. If anything, it emboldened him. I tried to get him to back off by telling him to meet me at a place to fight, hoping that he'd run off, but he didn't. He told me he'd be there. I turned up hoping that he wasn't serious, but he was, and somehow half the school heard about the coming fight and turned up as well. I wasn't sure what to do. I tried to stall by telling him that if he apologized now we could walk away. He didn't take it and I punched him. He punched back and I got mad. Now, I didn't mention it earlier, but all these events happened over a period of several years. Years of being insulted, pushed around and bullied. When he hit me, I knew it hurt, but somehow I stopped caring and just went at him, going for his face again and again and again. In my mind, it wasn't about winning the fight anymore. It wasn't about getting him to leave me alone. It was about hurting him as much as I could. Damn the consequences. In hindsight, all the students around us cheering were all jerks. They just wanted to see a fight. Anyways, he ends up surrendering and crying, and I ended up with raw knuckles that hurt quite a bit afterwards. I get suspended for a day and return with everyone cheering me when I do. It was nice to be popular for a while, but it made me feel guilty, like I was only popular because I hurt someone else. A few days later I hear that the bully got beat up by another kid who wanted to be left alone, and all my guilt just vanished, replaced with an odd, dissatisfied acceptance. It's been over a decade since all that happened, and I like to think that he's learned his lesson, but it still makes me mad to think about him. Oh hell yes, here we go baby. For starters, I've snapped on the same bully twice. Elementary school, 3rd and 4th grade. I'll keep it simple. TLDR. First fight was a failed attempt at strangulation, but at least I left marks. Second fight was more self-defense and lots of screaming / ranting to a chaperone about it afterward. Fact JW. Fight 1, bully, JW, came over to mock me and my friend, who happened to be a boy, by singing the infamous KISSING song when we were seen spending recess together. We did this epic play pretend of Pokemon battles together. Had enough of JWs, I had to put my hands on this kid. I chased him across the playground, rage fueling me as I was determined to fuck this kid up somehow. I finally got a hold of him. I gripped the collar of the back of his shirt and I pushed him down into the wood chips surrounding the ground of a piece of playground equipment before I grabbed a hold of his neck and began to squeeze as hard as I could. He was trying to retreat. The final whistle had blown for recess to be over. Before he escaped my grasp, I remember screaming into his ear, "I don't know where you came from, but go home." This was some buzzcut white boy, so I'm pretty sure I was referring to States when I said this, but I had apparently left marks on his neck. I was so furious that I had to wait in the hall for end of day dismissal, so I didn't have to be in the room with him. Piece of shit. JW comes by a few days later to say his dad commended him for not hitting a girl. Fight 2. Field trip to a local park for a picnic shindig type deal. with my best friend, TQ, at the time. JW and his lackey are wandering with a small disposable camera around the equipment. Me and TQ are ignoring them. Then they asked if we wanted to pose for a picture. A picture? Okay, well, there couldn't be any harm in that. We pose for picture. JW says something along the lines of just kiss or something. I'm offended by such a remark. Looking back, not really sure why. Maybe it was because it was him and I motion for TQ and I to go somewhere else. JW and his lackey attempt to corner us. Oh hell no. Shove, kick, scream, and hit our way through them. They are chasing us around the playground with the camera in hand, now making a game of it. I recall lots of foot stomping, elbows aiming for the face, and prying of hands, as well as a moment or two of scratching. Teachers/chaperones notice and separate us. I'm screaming about how much I hate this kid, and how I want him dead. Forced to stay by chaperone for remainder of field trip, who is getting swear words thrown at them by yours truly, and forced to listen to all the reasons I hate JW. Mine wasn't really a bully, just a kid who thought he was better than everyone else, because he got good grades. He may have been incredibly intelligent and book smart, but he was seriously lacking in the common sense department. First period had been math, and I'd already managed to piss him off by answering something correctly, while he'd overthought it, and got it wrong. Most people wouldn't get pissed off at that, but he was incredibly sexist and I have a feeling he factored race in where it didn't need to be. I'm a pasty white English chick, while he was the stereotypical good at everything Indian kid. Anyway, he was already pissed at me, and we were now in English. Unfortunately, due to some test scores, I ended up being paired with him for the lesson that day, which meant I may have well been working alone. He didn't say a single word to me. This particular activity had to be completed in pairs, so I gave up with him and turned to the table behind me. While I was talking, he decided to be irritating and start mimicking things I was saying if he didn't agree, and just generally being a patronizing little sheet. I did mention it to the teacher a couple of times, but he was busy marking papers, so understandably didn't do much, so I just start to ignore the kid. Well, after a while he gets annoyed that his efforts are in vain and begins kicking my chair while I'm writing. So, in one pretty fluid movement, I grab a pencil, spin, and stab him in the back, and return to my original position pretty quickly. Smarty Pants then does the most William Shatner reaction to being stabbed. He flails both thumbs in the air while shrieking, then smashed both fists on the table, followed by his head, then lets out a whimper, and is finally quiet. This hadn't been the first time has ever irritated me, but it was definitely the last. Best part of it all, however, was when my teacher came over and asked what happened. Smarty Pants was just about to open his mouth when I simply said he was kicking my chair, so I stabbed him with a pencil, and all my teacher did was snigger and walk back to his desk. He told me after lesson that him and a few other teachers were sick of the kid being an insufferable know-it-all and were waiting for him to be taken down a peg or two. He would consistently insult the teacher's knowledge and insist he knew more than them, and despite being punished, wouldn't change his attitude. Teacher also admitted he thought I was joking when I said I stabbed him, so when I confirmed it, I did end up in detention for using a weapon, but the kid ended up having a better attitude at school and actually apologized, so it worked out fairly well in the end. I'm on mobile. Please excuse any sheet formatting. There was a guy in my senior class who was verbally abusive to everyone around him, friends included. He was always either condescending or threatening physical violence. There were only 19 of us, and we were stuck in one room all the time, so it didn't make for pleasant mornings, or afternoons, or any time. He had a complex, because he was the tiniest but also richest guy in the room at any given time. I'm a very friendly and sociable person, but this classmate hated me because I would occasionally call him out on his bullshit. There were minor episodes here and there, but it got real one time though. I never snapped, but my swole SS 6'2" football player friend did on my behalf. For reference, I'm a 5'2", very petite young lady who also happens to be incredibly jumpy and easily triggered by loud noises or surprise touches due to PTSD. My douche nugget classmate somehow knew this, and so one day continually screamed in my ear or grabbed me, over and over again, all the while literally cackling in maniacal glee. I eventually snapped at him in front of a group of underclassmen, tears streaming down my face. I hate acting on angry feelings, but in my panic it just blurted out. Seeing this unfold, my aforementioned buddy, normally a peaceful teddy bear, just faking snapped. He's like an older brother to me, and is incredibly protective even now. With no prompting from me whatsoever, he calmly strode into the building after douche canoe, lifted him up by the shirt, called me crying, duly sort of apologizing and screaming at me for sicking the seniors on him. That day was a wild ride. Slammed him into the wall, and told him things he refused to repeat to me. My classmate actually threatened to stab him, but later. None of us got in trouble, though. My other friend, a 6'7" massive lineman who'd stayed back to console me, also had talking to with my classmate as well, albeit a much calmer one. These two guys were a year above me, but even after they graduated, my awful classmate never pulled that sheet with me again. A point for me, I guess. I'm so grateful I've graduated, so that I don't have to deal with that guy's shit anymore. In 6th grade I had this one bully, who was like in the 4th grade, so she was younger than me. She also had a little minion follow her around, while she followed me and my friend around to essentially call me names, calling me worthless, stupid, and how much better than me she was. I've tried telling on her to the teacher multiple times with the same result. Just ignore and she'll leave you alone. Spoiler warning for anyone who thinks this is good advice. It's not. I did ignore her, but she was a persistent little beach. I would even go out of my way to avoid her at all possible and threaten to go up to the principal and tattle on her. It was an empty threat, since I already went to her and just got the same advice. And no, I wasn't above tattling. Now my dad knows jiu-jitsu and always thought it would be good for me and my brother to learn, so we can fight back. So he showed me a move to just hold someone in place without actually hurting them. One day, the bully was really persistent, and I snapped at her, telling her that if she doesn't leave me and my friend alone, I would make her. She just laughed, along with her minion, and told me that I was nothing more than a baby and quite literally asked for it over and over again. So I pulled the move my dad showed me, except I messed up. I didn't harm her all that much, but she was uncomfortable and was screaming like I pulled a gun on her. Here's the scariest part: when I did let go, finally figuring that I forgot the move and didn't want to hurt that bad, she just looked at me and got the biggest shit-eating grin I'd ever seen in my entire life. She didn't cry, asking how/why I would do something like that. The minion was, but at this point she was starting to get just as scared as I was at her. She just looked me in the eye and told me that I was going to be banned from every school now, and starting running off, saying something along the lines of "catch me if you can, fatty." I obviously got in trouble. Didn't matter, I told the teachers I did try to tell on her and did try to ignore her. They just told me I needed to try harder. Another scary part about the whole thing is that she took the same bus I did getting home, but she never saw where I was dropped off or got on. On the bus ride I saw her furiously scratching and irritating her arm, so that there was a red mark where I grabbed her and kept throwing threats at me how her mom was going to bankrupt my whole family for medical bills, and how she hoped I broke her arm so that I would go to jail and die there. When I got home, somehow her mom figured out where I lived and came down banging on our door furious, while the bully put on waterworks, making my mom furious too. Thankfully, when I yelled out my side of the story and how long she's been bullying me, the mom calmed down and turned her fury away from me and my mom, while my bully looked scared for the first time after me tattling on her horrid behavior. The mom apologized and yelled at bully behind the door. We never heard anything else from that, and I thankfully never saw from her again. P.S. My dad was both proud that I defended myself and upset that I botched the move, but couldn't say such things in front of my mom, but tried to plead my case towards her. This isn't me but my mom. My mom grew up in the projects, but always had her stuff together. Many girls were jealous of her. She had long curly hair, a figure, and cute clothes. She may have been poor, but my grandmother didn't want her children to look like they didn't have any home training. Anyway, in the projects, there was a girl named Butt. Yes, that's her real nickname. I used to laugh so hard when my mom told me that. But Bud was the ghetto girl. Her mom used to cut people. She didn't like my mom much. It was a simple "you ugly" or "frog eyes." My mom was a good church girl, so she really didn't retaliate. Then, in around 8th graders, when the physical bullying would start, hair pulling, punching, spitting was the usual. My mom told my grandmother, but that was the 70s and things were different. My grandmother just told her to fight back. My mom being the goody two shoes, she sucked up the bullying for 3 years. Around 11 graders when she snapped. My mom was on her period and didn't feel like dealing with anyone's BS. She was wearing 3-in wedges that day. My mom was waiting at the bus stop and Bud would decide to mess with her. She pulled my mom's hair and was laughing her ass off. That's when my mom snapped. She broke Bud's nose, bruised a rib, busted her lip, and fractured her index and middle finger. Bud's family tried to sue, but they dropped the case. I can't really remember why though. But my mom did see Bud 10 years later. She acted like my mom was her long lost best friend. Turns out Bud was gay and liked my mom, but didn't know how to express it. This is why you don't bottle up your feelings, or it explodes violently. I did. I was in a class, junior year I think, where we had a kid who had some cognitive challenges. I'm not sure what the correct terms are. He was really nice, and I sat next to him. One day I was goofing off with my friends, and he was just sitting there quiet, so I asked him. I said, "Do you have any friends?" And he said no. So I said, "That's not true, I'm your friend and my friends are your friends too." He was pretty cool, and I could tell he liked sitting with us, and class wasn't so daunting to him. Then one day we all had to pair up for projects and this girl got paired up with him, and she rolled her eyes and seemed visibly annoyed that she got paired with him, and I got so pissed I offered to be his partner. Teacher said no. You have no idea, that kid was nice, and he wasn't doing anything. So he noticed her annoyance, and he got really down about. So I got even more pissed. Not okay. She wasn't a nice girl, to begin with. She stayed in her lane with me mostly. So one day it escalated, and I was walking to my class and she called me a bitch in the hall, and I chased her down the hall, and into her class room Jerry Springer style. Then I started screaming bloody murder, while teachers blocked off the room. I got sent to my counselor's office. My counselor didn't even get mad. I told her what she did in the hall, and how she made my new friend feel. The girl got suspended and all my friends hated her. They still do to this day. Don't fuck with my new friend. This was about 20 years ago, when I was in the 7th grade. I was homeschooled prior to then, so it was an adjustment. One guy that harassed me every day, he sat behind me in history class. He would hit me in the head repeatedly, whisper I was a bussy, that he would fuck my mom, just all sorts of stuff. I had never experienced anything like it in my sheltered life. One time the coach said to hold on to the class and he walked out. He continued talking about having sex with my mom, hitting me in the back of the head, and I stood up, and he stood up, and called me a bussy. I reared my arm back, like I was going to punch him, and he pointed at the door, and said coach, and I looked. He laughed and said I was a bussy. I reared my arm back, and Jed did it again. This must have happened like 5 or 6 times in a row. Finally I just had enough and just started wailing on him. I hit him once in the face and that knocked him down, and then I got on top of him and started punching him in the arm. At that point I realized I was way bigger than him. I mean, I punched him 25 to 30 times with my right arm, while I held his mouth closed with my left hand, all while I was sitting his chest. I didn't punch him in the face, except the first hit, so he didn't have a messed up face. I got up and sat back down, and he got and sat down. Not 10 seconds later coach walked back into class and started. No one said anything, and I went about my business. I really thought I was going to be in trouble, but nothing happened. He didn't tell anyone, and neither did anyone else. He stopped messing with me altogether after that. One day in athletics class, we were all talking waiting for the bell, and he even made a joke about not messing with me because I could punch hard, and everyone had a laugh about the event in history class. We even sat by each other on a school basketball trip one time and talked the whole time. We were never friends, but we were amicable acquaintances through high school and after graduation. And when I would see him as an adult, he was always friendly the few times I would see him when I would go back home. Edit. To add TLDR, bully ended up staying the night and got a shiner of a black eye. My childhood bully was also my next door neighbor, so not only was I given a countless amount of shit at school, but I also got a countless amount of shit at home too. I'm not entirely sure what the circumstances were, but one night my bully had to come spend the night at our house because her mum, single parent, was rushed into hospital. There wasn't any other family to look after her, and it was also around 10 out of 11 at night, so it was a bit late for anyone to make the 1-hour long trip to come pick her up. So my mum, being the nice person she is, offered to take bully in for the night, so she was close to home. Bear in mind, this girl made my life a living hell for nearly 9 years at this point. We were both 10 over 11 and showed no signs of slowing down. She ended up sleeping in my room on a blow-up mattress, and that entire night she kept hitting me with my teddy bears, breathing in my face, and sticking her fingers in my ears, etc. Anything to keep me from sleeping. So anyways, it gets to morning time and I, not having slept all night, went down and ate some sugar puffs before anyone else came downstairs. My bully then comes down the stairs and sees that I've eaten the last of the sugar puffs, and then decides to make a huge drama of how she wanted to eat them and she always had sugar puffs in the morning and how I was going to pay for this. At this point I was too tired to give a shit, so I poked the bear and started describing in detail about how they were the best sugar puffs I'd ever had in my life, and just began to piss her off even more. After a few seconds of me doing this, she full speed charged at me, and I managed to move out the way quickly, and she ran headfirst into the heavy wooden door I was stood in front of. She was stunned, and I was barely laughing at her, so she tried to throw a punch at me, and this is where the revenge finally kicked in. Now, I'm not a violent person and I have only ever hit a person twice, and you best believe that this is one of those times. I had waited 9 years to punch this little shit, and I grabbed that opportunity with both hands and I gave that girl the biggest black eye ever known to man, but she never faked with me properly again. My mum had a great time telling her family what had happened when they eventually came to pick her up. Don't fuck with my food, and don't ever fuck with my sleep. Girl, was in 6th grade, new kid in a small town in Nebraska, was mercilessly picked on from day one. It didn't help that my home life was a nightmare as well at the time. My dad was paranoid, schizophrenic and bipolar, and my older brother took his frustrations out on me because shit rolls downhill. The school was just 5th and 6th grade and had no cafeteria, so we could walk 3 blocks to go to lunch at the elementary school or go home. I lived a block from school, so I'd usually just ride my bike home for lunch. One day coming back, I rode up over the curb to the bike rack, and a boy, in my class grabbed the back of my seat and dragged me and bike back onto the street. I said to myself, okay, just let it go. Tried to park it a second time and he did it again. All the kids were laughing at me. I thought I'd try once more, but oh no, he pulled my bike with me on it a third time, and I jumped off, grabbed my bike, threw it at him, and proceeded to let every ounce of repressed anger out on that douchebag. I wailed on him. At one point I saw our teacher looking out the window and doing nothing. Think she wanted to let me have my vengeance for everything they were putting me through. With 2 older brothers, I knew how to throw a few good punches and did so with relish. He got me pretty good too, admittedly, before our teacher finally put a stop to it. I don't know what happened to him, but I didn't get sent home and didn't get into trouble. Things chilled a bit after that, and I made a few friends. In 2nd grade I was moved to my 2nd Catholic school for not cooperating and being far too outspoken with an abusive teacher. There was a boy at the new school who picked on everyone. I organized the kids who got picked on the most so we could help each other by standing up for each other. The plan was to stick together as a group. The bully turned me into the principal for having a gang. I plead my case, but got in trouble anyway. Later in the week we were lined up together, and he threatened me for trying to get him in trouble. I talked back, and he hit me in the face, not that hard, but my tooth was really loose, and it fell out, and blood went everywhere. I'm a very proficient bleeder, The teacher grabbed him by the collar and dragged him literally up the stairs to the principal's office. I too was brought to the principal's office where he picked me up, sat me on his lap, hugged me, put ice on my face, and apologized profusely for not believing me. He told me they would be sending the bully home for a week for hitting a girl, my punishment would be taken away, and then he asked if there was anything else I thought needed to be done to this boy. I assigned him multiplication tables, 0 to 12, 10 times each, every day of his suspension, and the principal agreed to it. In the 3rd grade I was sent to a 3rd Catholic school. At this school there were only 2 African American children. The younger girl was in my grade. She was picked on relentlessly by 2 boys who were the stereotypical southern frat boy type. I wasn't treated that well either, but not anything near what she got. They also picked on a boy who barely spoke English who had moved from Spain. He cried in the corner of the schoolyard every day at recess. They were awful children. Well, one afternoon after school we are all hanging around waiting for Girl Scouts to start, and they come take her shoe and run to the money bars with it, where they proceed to play keep away, and they bring her to tears. I yelled at them to stop it, and I don't know what they said back, but it caused me run over there and beat them with my trapper keeper. I wish I could remember this one better, but I can remember the adults had to come break it up, and I was promptly expelled from Girl Scouts for unladylike behavior. I did snap thrice, and the first one wasn't even real snapping. We were in recess, and during that time everyone would just put their bags on the ground around the pillars. I was going back at my bag to get something, and sees this dude being violent to a girl. I get that sometimes this happens, but the girls usually like the boy back, and it's playful, you know, but this guy wasn't tender and this girl wasn't okay with this. Now I was a solid year younger than him, maybe even 2, and let me tell you he was tall, like much taller than any boy in the class. Not very beefy, but I was a small 12-year-old girl. He was like grabbing her by the shoulders and the shirt, kind of dragging her around, since she wasn't willing to participate, and it was obvious she was scared. I don't know what came to my mind, since I was not impressive at all, but I think seeing people around doing nothing angered me. I just walked to this guy, then separated him from the girl, and pushed him back. I told him, "Stop, dude, you can see she doesn't like that." He got pissed obviously, and tried to do the classic tactic of getting super close to scare me away, but I did not move, not an inch. He then pushed me, I resisted, then I got closer, his breath was horrible by the way, and gave him my signature pennant stare. I don't have super cool fire eyes, but they are pitch black and very intimidating. They've successfully made bullies back up, and classmates step back. I really must have been convincing, because he backed up, and got away real fast. Now the second time I actually snapped. Again in recess, there was this guy that was messing with me. We were waiting in line, waiting for our teacher to come, lead us to our class, and he was being a dick. I think he was making sexual jokes, and touching my stomach and such, and I have no patience for this shit. It must have been a really bad day for me, because I faking jumped on him. We fell on the ground, and I was being a faking fury, hitting him in the throat, and planting my nails into his skin. I remember twisting his leg when he tried to kick me. Anyway, I called it a day at some point and got up like nothing happened. He never told any teacher because he was seen as the problematic kid out there, and everyone in our class had already seen his dick attitude. The third time, I was minding my own business in Latin class, and this guy with a weird ass name sat at my place and began messing with my stuff. It was annoying, so as a civilized person I asked him to stop. Jerk wouldn't stop and started picking on me and taking things out of my pencil case. I lost my sheet and threw my friend's faking scissors at him, and I shit you not, they did ended up planted in the cardboard next to my place. The look of pure fright on his face was priceless. You know what's best? The teacher was just like, "Cypher, you shouldn't do that," in this disinterested voice. Well, I did have repercussions for this one, as his mom faking stalked me in her car to ground me. The whole time she was blaming me and grounding me because she is Christian, and I used to say in secondary school that I was the devil and such. I took the most disrespectfully bored pose I could, looking at my phone and saying HHMM. Yeah, I really don't give a shit. HHMM. She gave up and drove off. I'm short. I've been bullied my entire life for it, though in adulthood I've learned how to redirect and avoid shitty people and behavior, and I'm not vulnerable to this anymore. This gangly kid in 7th grade would always talk to me in class, and laugh and make loud stupid jokes, and get me in trouble with the teacher for talking. We sat near the far wall from her, so even if I was ignoring him, he'd intentionally talk loudly and obnoxiously to blow my cover, since I liked to read, and didn't pay much attention in class. I remember a vivid moment when he pestered me for 15 minutes to give him my hand. When I finally did, he grabbed it and stabbed me with a pencil, and when I cursed out loud, the teacher punished me for it and only gave him a slap on the wrist. When I told her what happened, he would copy my work if he could. He'd steal my things and occasionally take and hide the things he didn't want. He destroyed my schoolwork more than once and tore a book page out of a book at least one time, and he acted like we were playing a fun game the whole time. I'm pretty sure he thought we were friends, but I straight despise this kid. I realize now that he probably had a ton of problems, but at the time he was just this constant background annoyance in my life, sitting next to me in my first class every morning. One day this annoying sheet of a kid spit in my eye during a field day, and I just reached up, grabbed his spit in my hand, and I slapped him in the face while he was laughing. I hit him with his own spit, but also it was more of an open-handed palm strike that I tried to make hurt as much as possible. Totally caught him by surprise. While he was staring at me, just as surprised as could be, I tackled him and started strangling him. He was laughing at first, then he started struggling and choking and turned red, and people had to pull me off him. But the look of pain and surprise on his face when I hit him, and then the slow panic of him choking, felt like some of the sweetest relief of my life. I got in almost no trouble since I was a good kid, and he didn't get any repercussions ever. I'm pretty sure they thought of him as just such a fuck up that they just waited for him to get out of their hair. In 3rd grade, I was playing a game of Let's Pretend Sticks or Guns and Go from there with my group of friends. I have always had a bad temper. It's gotten better. I handle situations where I might explode like a pro, calmly, and when I snap, I go faking feral. We are talking +10 to strength and dexterity points, so as we are playing, some 5th grader decides fuck it, I'ma spend my 30-minute break annoying these younger people. Got nothing better to do. He was a massive cunt. He stood beside me looking all smug, calling me names. I ignored him as best I could. Then he brought my friends into it, and my family. I didn't even know him, never seen him before. I think it was when he stepped closer to me because he wanted a reaction that I snapped. I jumped on him and he became my punching bag. At some point I believe we were rolling on the ground fighting. He was trying to push my eyeballs in, the faker, 9-10 years later, and I'm still mad at him, and I was scratching and hitting his temples. Suddenly he took off, running from what he started like an absolute coward, once again calling me names and calling for his crab and oil to come with. Next class starts and my teacher tells me I did a bad no. I got all the blame. He played the victim. Turns out he had been harassing younger kids for a while. A classmate thanked me and showed me a video he took of the fight. So yeah. TLDR. 3rd grader me beat a 5th grader to the point he had to run to the teacher for a fight he started. There was one other time I remember, though, also 3rd grade. The idiot boy in my little sister's class was being a dick on the sledding hill. Wintertime, and we had a good hill for sledding on school grounds. I knocked him around a bit. Probably not the right choice, but it was a shitty school and I wanted actual justice for my sister, not the shake hands and say your friend's justice. Last couple days of 8th grade I had an incident where I was playing basketball with some friends on the school playground during lunch. A group of other kids were shouting at us saying you're playing on our court, get off, repeatedly, but we ignored them because we were in the middle of a game and weren't just gonna move for some other kids. I was shooting the ball when one of them came up to me and pushed me back, then punched me. I think they went for me first because I used to be pretty small and scrawny. But little did they know I was practicing taekwondo for the past 7 years, and the instant I felt a punch I'd just snapped from memory and punched him in the face once. I remember he spiraled to the concrete and ran away crying while making a trail of blood while everyone there stared. Basically went to the office and went home after that on suspension, and the office called my dad, who then told me I ended up dislocating the kid's jaw and he had to get his braces reworked because they were extremely messed up. Next day I was called to the office and the assistant principal told me bully admitted he started it, so I'm only having you on in-school suspension for a week. And something along the lines of, I didn't know you trained in martial arts. Did you really have to aim for the face? Anyways, that kid's a lot nicer now, and we're decent friends, so it turned out well. I'm the end point. Edit. I forgot to mention that the lunch assistants explained to the assistant principal, who then told my dad that the punch sounded like an open hand smack and was audible across the entire outside. Anyways, don't mess with the scrawny kids. 6th grade, new school, private school, and I was not a rich kid. My folks scraped the money together to get me through those years of school until my mom landed a killer job and it wasn't an issue anymore. Anyway, I got made fun of relentlessly by the cool kids in my grade. The first week, I left school crying every day. My dad and I were talking one night and he basically suggested I figure out who the ringleader was and stand up to him. I'll let it continue for a while longer until one recess period. I just had enough. This kid named Mark was their leader, and he had violently fouled me during a game of basketball on purpose and was laughing at me while I was on the pavement. I got up and punched him in the face as hard as I could. Knocked him on his as hard, a lot harder than I anticipated, and he busted his face up a bit on the pavement. I got in a shitload of trouble at school initially, but once the headmaster heard me out about the basically relentless bullying from these kids, who had all been reported for it in the past, he gave me a pretty light punishment in the form of a week's worth of after-school detention. After the day I punched Mark's lights out and introduced him to the flavor of asphalt, that group gave me a very wide berth, so to speak. They never faked with me again, and I was actually kind of okay with a couple of them by the time we all graduated. I also was sort of adopted by the nerdy/weird kid group because most of them had been targets in the past and watched me one-shot drop the dude who had done it to them. Oh, and when my dad heard about what happened, he put me in boxing lessons to help me channel that urge to solve problems with my fists into something better than fighting kids during recess. Oh man, I snapped at a few bullies in school. Most of my bullying took place in elementary and early middle school, so I never faced any real trouble. In 2nd grade, this girl was talking some mad shit about me right behind me. I turned around to confront her, and she tried to shove past me, so I grabbed her by her jacket and shoved her really hard into a wall. She left me alone for a little bit after that. In 4th grade, this girl snuck up behind me and threw a snowball at my head. I turned just as she was about to throw, so I took the snowball directly to my forehead and there was a sizable chunk of ice dead center in the snowball. I saw red. She was running away and laughing, so I ran up behind her and shoved her down into a snow pile. I grabbed her by the ponytail and started shoving her face into the snow repeatedly. Also 4th grade, it was the end of the school day, so we were getting ready to line up to go to the bus area, putting our chairs up on our desks and whatnot. We all had little baggies of candy from some fun activity, and some kid came up and just reached his hand into my bag to take some of my candy. I shoved him off, and he fell backwards into some desks and to the floor, pulling a chair down on top of himself. I got in trouble for that one, but my parents backed me up. Teacher was yelling at me that it was just candy, but my parents were more annoyed that she was letting theft slide no matter if it was just candy or not. I don't remember how old I was, but this kid was chasing me around my daycare and smacked me on the back as hard as he could. I went to the bathroom and lifted my shirt to see I actually had a hand-shaped welt on my back. You could feel the heat coming off of it through my shirt. Red was seen. I walked out of the bathroom, grabbed a jump rope, and started whipping the kid with it. Definitely got in trouble for that one, but so did he, because I showed them the freaking welt he tried to deny giving me. Kids are twats. This might fall as tangential to the question, but when I was a sophomore, grade 10, I got out of my last class a little early and managed to be near front of the line for my school bus route. We had to cramp 3 busloads of kids for half my hour-long ride home, which meant I could get a coveted backseat. Bus shows up, and on I go, and got the very back, on the right side. A couple took the left. It was great. I hoped to hold the other half for a buddy, but was open to whatever. A few minutes into loading, this tall senior comes to the back and says, well, one of you has to give up your seat. He looks at me and points. I explained my earlier fortune, and that I'd gladly share the seat bounty before us, but no dice. He then grabs me about my floating ribs, and yanks as hard as he could. It took him a lot of effort, since I'd locked my ankles around the bar under the seat, but he eventually overpowered me and WWF, no he at the time, slams me headfirst into the aisle floor. Still young and barely vincible, I regained my feet, and fought for my seat with a kick and a very puny deck to the face. I remember he then grabs my shirt and literally pulled my face into his fist, knocking me unconscious. For some seconds I staggered, and stumbled my way to the front, and reported the incident. I found myself suspended, threatened with expulsion, and nearly had a battery charge against me from the local PD. He got a warning, since he had already reached his limit on suspensions for the year for fighting and drinking. Interestingly, we both joined the Navy, and became moderately friendly. I got wrecked in body and mind and took a medical. I gave him emotional support when he was given a BCD for nearly killing an attempted rapist in Japan. He apparently broke more than a few laws and cultural allowances in doing so, but I support his intent. We had a beer in our hometown a few years ago, and we both realize our lives suck in vaguely different ways. I've genetically inherited lethal doses of psychosis-inducing hormones/chemicals sending me into a rage and a primeval state of being if provoked. Being introverted set me up for extroverted bullies who seek to pick on those who seem weak. I have a very laid-back demeanor, but I can compensate the aggression level and then some. I would say my greatest skill is assessing the capabilities of others and reacting beyond the intensity level brought to me. I'm just glad I was never imprisoned as a result of my reactions. I've lived a relatively peaceful life. Every bully I've ever encountered I've psychologically faked with them on a personal level while maintaining my non-violent intentions, knowing how I can be. I was in the middle of freshman high school last day after school party. Most of us were frying. I was pushed in the pool by my nemesis, pre-cell phone days, and I was lost feeling chlorinated water in my ears while witnessing my ex in the hot tub with a peer from school. The biggest bully of all of my school days was there as my confusion peaked. We were talking in a group, and being the mosh pit kinda guy, I pushed him in a friendly non-confronting way. He turned and hit me in the nose, causing blood to flow. I held the wrong nostril as I watched it drop on the redwood deck, creating a puddle. The owner came out and looked at me, the puddle of blood, and then with convicting eyes, who had done it. They quickly explained the situation and tried to get me to redirect my blood. I looked up at Ryan and said, "Why did you do that?" He tried to say I was looking to fight. I was just being a guy. Pushing another guy, not to where you'd even be moved, so it should be what, right? I just wanted him to know he was always a bully, but he took a cheap shot instead, proving my point about the true cowardliness or possibly a parental abuse victim gone better. We all partied through the night, him apologizing as he had the chance. I have to say people are cast in their own way. Here's to you, Ryan Rickard. There were a few more actual attacks, but I again solved them without violence -1. That was unavoidable. I can reply with my one fight, if anyone is interested. Probably the dumbest fight I've ever been in, but there was this real prick at my school, thought he was top sheet. We were doing this elective gym class that was basically weightlifting class, but they couldn't call it weightlifting for some reason. Anyway, because it wasn't weightlifting, we had to do different sport every so often. So it's not just lifting weights. We were playing volleyball, and I'm shit at volleyball. I'm on the dickhead's team, and he is losing his mind over me not being good at it, shouting all kinds of crap. So I tell him to stuff it. He laughs it off and says, "You wanna fight about it in the locker room?" I replied with a quick "sure thing, buddy." He laughs about it like I'm not serious, and we finish the game in relative silence. Now I was known as a quiet kid, but people didn't really mess with me because I'm built pretty stout. I worked on a horse farm most of my life, so I had good muscles before I started lifting. Also, I have been in a couple of fights up to this point in school and never lost. I don't know why he thought it would be a good idea to antagonize me. By the time we got to, he seemed to forget what he had said in the gym earlier, so I reminded him. by pushing his head into a locker. The fight was pretty quick after that. I hit him a couple of times in the ribs. He got me one good time in my right arm. I eventually grabbed his arm and had him in an armbar. The other guys broke it up after that point. I wish that was the end of the story, but I injured his pride, so he decided to jump me with his buddy at the end of the day. If my friend hadn't yelled for me to look out at the last second, they would have got me good. Instead of punching me in the back of my head, he got my book bag. I tossed around on the ground with him for a while my friend took on his friend. He got me pretty good for a little while, but it ended really quick once I got on top and knocked him out. We could have got away with no suspension if that idiot would have just challenged me to another locker room brawl, but he was a coward and needed to bring his buddy in on it. Well, one things young high school and college age men like to do is they pick out the autistic kid in the room and then fuck with him so bad that it makes the autistic kid very upset and cry, and then him and his buddies all laugh at him. I was that autistic kid and I was a target for bullying. I kinda wish when I went to high school I kept a mace canister in my backpack so I could tap them on the shoulder and then give the bully a face full of mace when he turned around. Teach him not to fuck with me. We had vandals come by my house. They would break out windows, egg our cars, kick in our fenders, paintball our house. It was seriously pissing me off. Police in our township couldn't catch a cold if they tried, but they were damn good at writing horseshit traffic tickets. Useless Webster Groves, Missouri PD, still don't know what our tax dollars got us in regards to their policing service. Mom knew I was having it rough, so she bought me a new pair of shoes, Nikes. They were a bit pricey, like $120, and they sort of kept my mind off what was going on. I guess I was real obsessed with them. Wipe them down, repair scuff marks with a little shoe paint with a brush point, and in a physics class I guess I was talking about my shoes too much. I dunno. This kid across from me, Mike Caramana, he steps on my shoes hard, on purpose, and I went silent. And I then told him, look buddy, I'm a funny guy, I like to joke, I'm trying to keep my head on straight in the face of all this bullying I've received over the past couple years, and not go to jail. Don't do that again. Class ends. I get up, I'm packing my belongings in my backpack. He steps on my shoe again. I see red fire fury. I grabbed a pencil and immediately stabbed him in the hand with it. He later had to get surgery because the pencil lead lodged itself in his hand and it got infected. That's the story of how I got suspended my first half of 12th grade. There was this other time we went to this kid's house who bullied us in high school. We were there to fuck his shit up. It was like the middle of the night, but we weren't exactly sure which house or cars were his, so we left. We didn't want to fuck up the sheet of an innocent neighbor. 4th grade and me being a bit chubby at the time was a bit of a lot of jokes by a group of bullies. I tried to leave it alone and not do anything, but every day it would be one or another of them coming at me with insults or shoving me into walls. I remember one of them coming at me especially brutal, getting up in my face and shouting taunts right into my face. I remember spittle hit my face and I absolutely lost it. I grabbed him by the collar and punched him in the mouth over and over again. I kept punching until he fell onto the ground and kept going. The next time I remember one of the teachers pulled me off of him. The look in his eyes was of absolute shock. I remember getting sent to the principal's office with the guy that I just beat up. We sat there next to each other and he had blood all over his shirt. Oddly enough, I didn't get suspended or anything and asked if the issue was over between the two of us. I nodded and we were sent back to class. I knew it wasn't over because the rest of the bully pack was talking to each other and looking at me. They cornered me after school as I was walking home. I was expecting a beatdown by all of them, except they pushed the one that I had just laid out hours earlier up and said for us to fight. All of the fight was out of me and I really didn't want to be there. I saw in his eyes he didn't either, but his friends weren't going to let him back down. He threw a really light punch and I let it connect. I played it like I got hit really hard and I backed up. I asked him if it was over and he said yeah. I picked up my backpack and just left. It was really weird because the next day one of the bullies came up to me and asked me, why didn't you fight back? I told him because if I had fought back the rest of his pack would jumped in and I would been hurt a lot worse than a tap on the chin. He said he wouldn't have, but one of the other guys would. I just nodded and left it at that. They pretty much left me alone after that point. There was another altercation with one of the pack, the nastiest of the bunch, but it was over pretty quickly. He hit me, and as we were about to get into it, the same teacher that pulled me out of the first fight stopped it. He said he saw what happened and took the kid to the principal's office. The kid got suspended for a week and people looked at me different because I didn't back down against our class's nastiest bully. Life got a little better after that. No more bullying. TLDR, because this story needs one, I beat the shit out of a bully because they stepped in the middle of drama. Perfect story for karma being a beach point. An 8th grade mild best friend turned cold on me for no reason. I genuinely don't have a clue. We still shared mutual friends, so I was still around, even though we didn't talk. A girl who I've known most of life came into the friend group and befriended my old best friend. This girl and I never got along. She was always a jerk to me. While my old best friend and her start to get along better, the new girl starts bullying me. A good 3 months go by, and it's brought up to the school first time. Nothing. Not a talking to, sit down, etc. A second time, a little more effective. Called the girls in, talked to them, they admitted they were wrong, and then had to call their parents. No suspension, no detention, not thrown of any sports teams, etc. Third time, almost nothing. Once again, called them into the office and talked to them. Well, they told the rest of the volleyball team and now I have a literal team of girls on my case. Well, my parents and I weren't happy. Literally told the school it would be taken into my hands if nothing happened to them. The following Monday, after the third time bringing it up to the school, rolls around and the volleyball team is on my case. Most of the players and the person bullying me was in my first period, gym. I caught enough flack, but continued on with my day. Didn't really say much about it and just minded my own business. Then lunch rolls around. I'm still sitting with the rest of my friends and, of course, the other two are there. The new girl keeps running her mouth with petty comments and I just silently laugh because at this point I was done with it and would take my suspension. She doesn't know a thing about. I never threatened anything or harassed her back. So lunch ends and I catch up to her in the hallway. Info: all the teachers had lunch during my lunch, so no adults were in the hallway. Just students trying to get to their next class. I'm asking her what the hell her problem is, and she's not saying anything to me. We walk past my locker and I drop my stuff off real quick. I'm a step behind her in the middle of the hallway and finally took my chance to prove a point. I punched her in the back of the head and threw her against the lockers, where she got her ass beat for a good minute. I had one arm on her shoulder and the other just had a conversation with her face. Mind you, this girl is about 3 inches taller than me and in good shape. She just had really faking short arms. Couldn't reach me. She tried to hit back, but it wasn't in my agenda. Funniest part, none of her friends helped her. Absolutely no one tried to pull me away or break it up. Finally, one of the teachers came and just yelled to stop fighting and I did. No one had to pull me off or anything. I proved my point and I was done. We walked right alongside each other to the principal's office and sat down a chair away. This girl had a super bloody nose and the sniffles. We sat down and I looked at her, laughed, and said must be fun to talk shit. The secretary behind the counter smiled and quickly took the other girl to the nurse. I got pulled into the principal's back office, admitted everything and was able to make my own call to my parents to say what happened. My parents came in and said I'm just going to relax and do whatever I want during my suspension. The principal laughed and said if it was my daughter, I would have said the same thing. It's just because I work here that I can't allow it. Also turns out that the school told the girls not to run their mouth and was apparently the reason the girl didn't say anything when I confronted her. However, I still had a suspension. The principal was nice and gave me the week off in a suspension. The other girl wasn't so lucky. She had no suspension and got mocked the rest of the week for having raccoon eyes and a busted face. She never really lived it down and got the point real quick. Her friends did too. Nobody faked with me after that, and most of them tended to be a little afraid. There were several rumors about me kicking more ass, and, my favorite rumor, I had a hit list I didn't even know about. I laughed real hard at that. The one girl who started it was walking into the bathroom one day and I trailed behind her. She kept looking behind her shoulder and I just took one loud step and she walked into the bathroom door. I don't think I've ever cracked up more point. So moral of the story, don't bully people and you'll never have to worry about this. I was in the 5th grade point. There was one kid that, honestly, nobody really liked. He was irritating and tended to think being a dick was a laudable personality trait. Point anyway, we were walking in line to art class and he kept kicking my feet trying to trip me. He wasn't directly behind me, so it wasn't an accident. He was intentionally kicking around the person behind me to try and make me trip. I asked him multiple times to stop, getting more irritated as it went along. Point eventually, on the way back, the teacher went into the classroom and everyone else went in with him, except for me and that kid. I told him he needed to stop. He said I wouldn't make him, so I lifted him off the ground and slammed his head into the wall. Point in my defense, my intention was to place him against the wall and intimidate him, not to actually hurt him. Anyway, he started crying and threw multiple punches at me, except he was literally swinging his arms in a slap-like motion. Needless to say, it didn't even remotely hurt. After that he ran into the classroom crying. Point I panicked and began to cry because I thought I was going to have my parents called and my dad was going to beat me, so I was freaking out. Point unfortunately, the kid saw that and assumed I was crying because he just beat me up so bad. Point thankfully, the teacher didn't tell the principal or anyone else. I fully understand why he didn't now, because he left us alone and he would have gotten in trouble for it, but I was just happy I didn't get in trouble at home. Point thankfully, afterwards that kid left me alone, so that was nice. Happened a while back, but it was during Remembrance Day, November 11th, at my school. I was in cadets at the time, which is like JROTC for Canadians, and we dressed up in our uniforms for this event in our gym. The kids who I snapped on weren't necessarily bullies, but a few of them I particularly disliked. Mostly they were just assholes. After that, we were gonna do a minute of silence while one of my friends sounded the trumpet. We stood at attention in the middle of the atrium in our uniforms and began the moment of silence in remembrance of our comrades. At the same time, a group of kids began hollering and shouting while heading up the stairs. At this point I was like, hey, show some respect, but I remained calm. Point after that, I was in a pretty shitty mood, particularly because of the way those kids acted, and I don't tolerate disrespect towards veterans. As I was heading upstairs with my friend, who is Chinese, this will play later into the story, to the bathroom to get changed. Point at the same time, the same group of kids comes into the bathroom as my friend and I were changing. They immediately start bothering us, and I opened the door to tell them to fuck off. I actually raised my voice and said, hey, fuck off and get the hell out of here. They didn't take it too lightly, and my friend was already getting annoyed. Suddenly, one of them says, bro, shut up with your ching chong. It was something along those lines. My friend just faking snapped. He started yelling at them, telling them to stop making racist comments and how they almost made his uniform drop into the toilet. Now for me, I got very pissed off. I actually went out the door and screamed for them to fuck off, and what's even worse was that I actually told them I would kill them with a shotgun. I have never been more angry in my life. Point needless to say, they reported us but neither of us got in trouble. They were let off, and my friend were let off. That was the end of that. So it's senior year, yeah? And I'm having a very bad morning. Feel like shit. Lost my backpack as soon as I got to school, and 3 separate assholes decided to mess with me while I searched for it. Point the last one happened right outside the library, where they just, literally the day before, set out a brand new plastic trash can. Nothing special, but it was new and clean, which was frustratingly rare in our underfunded, wrong side of the tracks high school. Point anyway, it's just before the first bell rings, so the hall is pretty full. When this one asshole, who'd spent the previous 4 to 5 years harassing me and my friends in various ways, comes down going the opposite direction that I am. At which point, He sees the shiny new trash can, whispers something to his whole friends, and then proceeds to make sure people are watching him before running over and flinging his body into the can so it splits open like a banana. He leaps up and runs past me, laughing like crazy, and that's when I snap. I growl, "Come here, you little sheet." Grabbed him by the backpack with one hand and his shirt with the other, and just held on. Here's where I should mention that I, despite being born a woman, am 6 feet 3 inches tall and build like a fridge. This guy was maybe 5 feet 8 inches. So I plant my feet and hold on while he keeps trying to run, but he's not going anywhere. His feet just keep sliding in place on the slick tile while he's shrieking like a stuck pig, and everyone else, including his friends, are just staring. It's like a Looney Tunes routine. I intended to hold him until the librarian came out to investigate the noise so he'd get punished for the trash can vandalism, but after 2 minutes the bell rang and there was no sign of teachers coming. And like I said, I'm in a really bad mood. So I just mumble something about not having time for this sheet and let him go, at which point he sprints straight into a nearby vending machine, cracks his head on it hard enough to leave a dent, and drops to the floor. I didn't stick around to see what happened next, just went to class. By the last bell of the day, the news had spread, and a couple of teachers gave me weird looks, but I never got in trouble. Perks of being the good kid, I guess. The bullies left me alone after that point. TLDR, made a bully throw himself into a vending machine, leading to a bully-free senior year. I was bullied a lot in school, but I only snapped twice. 4th grade, guy tried to give me a swelly in the urinal. I turned around and punched him in the head. Hairline fracture in my hand, and had to wear a spoon-looking splint for a few weeks. We've been friends ever since 11th grade. Kid was on the football team and was dating the coach's daughter. He was an absolute she-thiel to me and everyone else around him. One day I caught him slapping his girlfriend in the stairwell. He saw me and my friends and ran off. I was sitting in class shortly after stewing when I saw him walk past the door. I got up in the middle of a lesson and ran after him. He turned around just in time to get shoulder charged into the lockers, and he slid back. He tried to stand up, but I pushed his head into the locker and yelled, "Touch her again, I'll be back." The teacher had chased after us and yelled at me to go to the office. I yelled back, "Yeah, I know I'm already faking going. I'm the furthest thing from a violent man." So when I got to the office the adrenaline had worn off and I just started sobbing before anyone could even ask what happened. You couldn't get a word out of me, so they asked a few witnesses and found out why I had done it. In the end he got suspended for 10 days and I got detention for leaving class without permission. The football coach, the girl's father, was also the pet teacher and he gave me carte blanche to come and go from class as I pleased until graduation. I got fat, but never got physically bullied again. There was still some shit talking but nobody liked the guy much, and it gave me some street cred. Last I heard the bully had died of a heroin overdose following multiple domestic violence arrests. A whole 3 years of 4th to 6th grade. I lived in a town that was 99.99% Hispanic. I'm white with blonde hair. Grew up in SC, so I had a twangy accent. Every day I was harassed for being white and the way I spoke. Even when I tried to learn Spanish I was ridiculed for mispronunciation. I had no friends and quickly gained an anger issue, but mostly acted out at home. Once 6th grade, middle school, started it was a whole new ball game. I had weed planted in my backpack at school. A kid stabbed me in the back with a pen on the school bus. Eventually I decided to stand up for myself with sarcastic/slightly offensive comments back to my bullies. I started to make friends by showing some confidence and even had a boy have a crush on me. I finally had my first kiss, and then the rumors of me slutched her etc. started. For some reason the area we were in was heavily populated with overweight people including kids and teens. I was skinny because my family was poor. I was 12 and didn't wear makeup and didn't have breasts. A lot of the girls in 6th grade did and looked like 18-year-old, acted like it too. I was a huge fan of the artist Pink and decided to cut my hair short like hers. I would put cute clips, hairbands, and pins in to spruce up my looks. In the gym locker room I would get beat up on and made fun of for looking like a boy, not having breasts, and as always being white. There countless time that trash was thrown at me, pushed up against lockers, and smacked by someone walking down the crowded hallways. The teachers did nothing. Said I was just looking for attention by cutting my hair and yelling back at my bullies. Eventually my parents put me in a different school, but this one was worse. I was so sick of feeling weak. One day during an assembly these girls kept kicking me in the back while sitting in the bleachers behind me. I waved down the teacher and told her. Again she did nothing and told me to sit down. The girls continued to kick me. I stood up, turned around, and screamed so racially offensive slur and told them to stop faking with me. I get suspended and my parents are pissed. I decide to keep quiet at school and just ignore the bullies. I just wanted to blend into the background and started wearing a black hoodie every day and keep my head down in class. One day we have a substitute, this tiny old lady, and one of bullies approaches me in the middle of class. She accuses me of stealing her pen. I literally had one pen in my pocket all day and I had nothing else to use. She tries to take it from and digs her nails into my arm. I push her away and tell her to get her own pen. Note that I'm in one of the desks that have the chair attached and it is open on one side. She is standing on the open side, so I could really get up and walk away. She comes towards me again, so I turn in my seat to face her, bring up my knee and kick her the stomach so hard her body pushes the desks behind her a few feet back. Then all hell breaks loose. She grabs my hair and a textbook and slams it into my face. I had braces and we just go at it swinging. By the end we are both bloodied and security is pulling us apart. We were both expelled. No regrets. I moved halfway across the country to live with my dad and life was great. I'm now happily married, have a few great friends and I'm constantly told that people have a feeling they shouldn't mess with me, even though I'm super nice. TLDR 3 years of physical and emotional torment, and I kick my bully in the stomach, get a textbook slammed in my face, and we beat the shit out of each other. We both get expelled, and I moved across and started my life over. Happy ending for me. Because this is a throwaway, and I mentioned having PTSD in another post, I'll just come clean about why I have it. So, my final year with these idiots I went to school with for over 10 years, my best friend left to go into public school. We hardly saw each other, and she ended up abandoning me a year later. So there's setup. One point I didn't know it at the time, but my parents had refused to have me tested for ASD as a small child, so I had grown up not fitting in well and insisting on precision, but not having any reason for it. Setup no. 2. My school therapist insisted that I needed to try to fit in, and that if I was more feminine, I wouldn't be so upset by the things other kids said to me. I just needed to accept the labels other people put on me. Setup. 3. On to the actual story. This girl in my class had an autistic twin brother. He had been moved to another school when we were much younger to get extra help. As they were entering puberty, it was rumored he was not doing well. This is irrelevant. I just want to give you the nicest picture I can imagine of the girl who ruined my life. She called me names every single day. She tormented me, somehow causing me to believe I was worthless. She encouraged other people to mess with me in class. Somehow, the science teacher got on her side and said I was annoying. I would correct the textbook with supplemental sources, and watching the students torture me was funny. She encouraged the boys to steal things from my locker, eat my lip gloss, not that I had much to begin with, and ask me out as a joke. She poured super glue on my face. She basically did everything in her power to ensure that the next 6+ years of my life were a living hell of mental illness, except sexually assault me. And one day, she cut me in line in the cafeteria. I told her she couldn't cut me. She pushed me back. I tried to push past her. Again. I tried again. She started pinching me all over when I would try to push past her. This went on for a while before I gave up and let her cut. Her pinches were so hard that I bruised. I almost got expelled for fighting. I got an apology letter. I don't think I ever told my dad. I used our 8th grade retreat for a little young teen revenge. I forgave her in front of the entire class for bullying me incessantly the entire year. She broke down in tears. Do I forgive her? Yes. Did her damages take years of therapy, one amazing ex-boyfriend and best friend, 4 years of high school, 4 years of college, transitioning to another gender, and so much more to even partially heal from. Yes, so if anyone knows me from that time, I hope you recognize that you ruined my life, and even if I forgive you, I'm not letting any of you back into my life. I was a tall kid in high school, but I was built like a blade of grass, so I wasn't exactly intimidating, and on a handful of occasions I became the target of short stocky dickheads looking to assert themselves on someone bigger than they were. It never led to violence save for one time, where some kid on the wrestling team had been harassing me over a period of about a month. It was completely unprovoked, and he'd go out of his way to find me and try to start sheet point. It came to a head during a science class when he was talking sheet from a table away and a female classmate was trying to cheer me up about the situation. She said something to the effect of, "Don't take it personally, he's stupid." I agreed with her and insulted his girlfriend, who was sitting next to him, which prompted him to jump out of his seat. I've never been a confrontational person, but at that point in my life my home life was rough, and he gave me an excuse to take it out on someone. Given that I hadn't given him any indication I'd fight back if it came to it, he seemed surprised when I jumped out of my chair as quick as he did. He went to grab me. I managed to put my elbow in his temple and whip his head around. Then I caught a solid punch to the side of the head right after. This was only the second or third fight I'd been in by this point, so I had so much adrenaline going I didn't even realize he punched me and just kept staring him down, which probably looked badass, but in reality I'd have probably been in trouble if the fight wasn't broken up right after that point. The end result was that we both got suspended and he never faked with me again, though whether that was because I stood up for myself or he didn't want to get in trouble over it again, I'll never know. So, I read through a lot of the top level answers, and a whole lot of you got away cleanly. I'm happy for you. I will also gladly admit that it makes me jealous I did not get away cleanly. I was bullied from 4th grade up to, and including the summer before upper secondary school, so around 6 to 7 years. Every month I told a teacher or school admin, and every month they said they would help me. It never happened, so after running away from them for 3 years, in 7th grade, I lost my sheet and tried to beat up my main bully. He gave me a severe beatdown. I still have issues with my neck because of it. I told school again, and the biggest thing they did was have a face-to-face meeting with our teachers, bullies and me. The bullies of course lied through their teeth and said they would stop. They didn't. They bullied me within 20 minutes of that meeting, and I told my teacher again. Summer happens, and over the summer my mom calls me into the kitchen and says I have to talk to someone from the Child Protective Services because a teacher at my school reported my mom to the Child Protective Services because I had turned quiet and kind of reclusive, so she thought I was being abused at home. The lady from the CPS was very nice and understanding when I told her how school was a living hell for me and the only break I got was in the library. So she closes the case. No home abuse here. What? What about the abuse at school? What about the teacher that reported my mother? Is she blind and deaf? Does she not see me being bullied? Does she not hear my pleas for help? This is where I lost all faith in the CPS. What eventually fixed the bullying for me was going into upper secondary school. In my country, you have to apply for these schools, and if you did good with good grades from 8th to 10th grade, you get into the school you want. Mostly, I spent the 6 months before applying finding out where people were applying, and I applied accordingly. I got into a school where I knew no one. This solved it for me. My closest friends applied where I would want to apply if I wasn't being bullied, close to home. But I didn't tell them I applied elsewhere, and I lost a lot of good friends that way, but I wasn't being bullied. The 3 years in upper secondary school was the best school years of my life. The most hard, sure, but the best. My big mistake in 4th grade by the way, was wearing a belt. That was not in point. Most of the bullies are screw ups now, and I don't like this about myself, because I'm a very past is past, and the future is a gift kind of guy, but I love it. I love how they got addicted to drugs, how they knocked someone up, and had to resort to lousy jobs. I love it. And I hate that I love it. For me, snapping at my bullies wasn't a solution. It only made it worse. I'm 25 now, and I still have a lot of anxiety about wearing colorful clothes or standing out. There was a group of girls like 2 grades behind me that all had lockers in this one sunken hallway area in the high school. My boyfriend's locker was assigned right smack dab in the middle. They didn't like that. I used his locker a lot because mine was up on the 3rd floor and I had no classes up there, so it made more sense to use his. They didn't like that either. They had one more friend whose locker they wanted to be with theirs. This was the reason for the whole confrontation in the first place. I'm sure if they had asked my boyfriend to switch with their friend he wouldn't have cared, but they took the route of trying to bully him into doing it, so he said fuck you. This literally had nothing at all to do with me personally, but they decided their problem was my problem too. So anyway, they had their little leader who was this skinny little rat-faced thing, and she made it her business to just be a total cunt to me every faking day. There were many a comment and locker door flinging into my face. After about the 100th day of this bullshit we were all at our lockers and she did the usual fling the door at me move. I kicked it back in her face and started walking away. She was yapping after me loud enough that people in the halls were starting to look, and I was just so angry and done with it that I threw my bag on the floor and screamed let's faking go you stupid bitch. Her response, PFFT, whatever. I was so disappointed. As much as I was never one for confrontation, I also had a lot of pent up rage in my teen years, and I had really psyched myself up that she wouldn't hesitate to throw down faking peacock. Growing up I had anger management problems, so a few stories. Surrounded by bullies, I was seeing red and lashing out at everyone. A good friend comes up to help calm me down. I pick him up and throw him into a garbage can, denting it. I don't remember this happening. Was told about it by other people. Don't remember there being any consequences. I was in class explaining furiously to a friend how bad my school life was. A regular bully of mine repeated something dumb I had said, and I lost it. Jumping up and pushing him over, he was sitting down. He took with him to chairs and a table, while screaming at everyone how they didn't understand me, then ran off. I always got along with the teacher, so when she got back, she'd been out running an errand and found me. She did her best to comfort me while crying for me. I always appreciated that. I think I got a detention for damaging school property, but got nothing for hurting the asshole. Had her last year of primary school. I was in a second story classroom, being teased by a few people and I just snapped. Didn't hurt anyone, just climbed out onto the balcony outside the window and contemplated jumping off. I knew that it wouldn't kill me. I'd likely sprain my ankle at worst, but I was sick of the casual bullying and wanted them to know what it was doing to me. At first teachers thought I was just messing around, so they were annoyed with me. Then when I explained what happened, that annoyance went to disturbed concern. They didn't like to keep me alone after that. Okay Reddit, I hope you enjoy the story. This happened to me when I was in the 6th grade. Now for some context, in school I was a quiet kid. I would most of the time keep to myself and try not to really talk in class unless I found it necessary to do so. I would talk to answer questions, but for the most part one would keep to myself in class. This would make me a target for bullies to bother me. In my class there was a kid who I will call Kevin was bothering and talking shit to me. I didn't really know Kevin. We were in the same class, but other than that, we didn't talk each other. Randomly one day he started to talk shit to me, but I just ignored him. This went on for weeks until the day I snapped. One day, it was recess and everyone was outside playing and having fun including me. That's until Kevin started bothering me by saying things like you're a loser and just being annoying, but just like always I ignored him. This would soon go to the point of him getting physical, like pushing me and slapping me and then running away. I was now getting very annoyed now because this has been going on for weeks, and as a 11 or 12-year-old, you could only take so much. I went to the bully and tried to talk it out, but he would just make jokes and not take anything serious. So Kevin would start talking his same old shit, calling me a loser and an ugly nerd and other things. His jackass friends were hyping him up, and he saw me with no reaction on my face. He touched me. Big mistake. Back at home, my old brother was teaching me about MMA. I learned how to properly punch, takedowns, and submissions. So when Kevin did that, it was a perfect way to put my training, was use point as Kevin is still talking shit and ranting until I cut him and said don't go home, crying to mother, when I'm done kicking your punk ass. And with that, I instantly did a double leg takedown and slammed him on the ground. I got on top and started punching him in the face as he tries to cover up, but I still got some shots on him before the teachers would break up the fight and get me off of him. Lucky nobody got in trouble and he had a bloody nose, but a funny thing happened. A teacher in my class was scolding Kevin for bullying me and she said she told him to stop, and how she knew this could happen, because I was a quiet kid and you don't mess with the quiet ones. I hope you enjoyed that story. Read it. Was at school messing around. I was kinda a bully myself at the time. Either way, I'll continue on what I was saying. There was this kid who wanted to piss off everyone he could, then fight them for no reason. One day he hid my friends. I was going to hit him and beat the shit out to him, but he hid behind a teacher and said I would punch him. I get detention. Next day he mocks me and calls me a bussy. I try to hit him, but there's a teacher about 10 to 15 meters away. Next day he hits my girlfriend, so I get extremely pissed off and try to look for him, but with no avail. Next day I see him alone with nobody next to a bunch of rocks and trees. I decide I've had enough of him, so I push him into the rocks and start beating the absolute shit out to him. He's bleeding from his nose. I get more pissed off, so I granted a branch and beat him over his head a bunch of times. I'm not satisfied by this yet, so I grab a huge rock and hit him with it with both hands. There's blood everywhere at this point and the teacher tries to separate me, but you resist and continue beating him with the rock. The teacher finally gets me off of him and separates me. I go to principal. To give this next part some context, I caught the teacher having sex with one of the girls and controlled him. I'm in principal's office and he says he will expel me. I tell him I'll tell cops about what happened with the girl and he hesitates, but doesn't expel or anything. I had to stay in my house with a bracelet for around 3 months. When I finally came back, I didn't notice the kid that I beat up, and my friends told me he didn't come back the following day. I'm guessing the guy who I beat up is still alive, because if so I'd be in prison. And yes, I know I sound like the bad guy, but the guy was vile, vicious and horrible. He hit girls, constantly beat up everybody and etc. 7th grade. Around the end of the school year, walking to my post-lunch class, a group of 4 others were behind me a few feet back snickering about something. Now those boys were generally a shats towards most people and acted as atypical class clowns, but up to that point hadn't really ever done anything to me specifically until within that most recent month, when I suddenly became their new target point. I wasn't exactly a skinny kid, but not really anything more than chubby. Bigger than the average at best, but I am a wide-framed person. The kind of build people go, that kid'll make a killer linebacker. So eventually those kids catch up to me and make a pointed comment to get my attention, but I ignore it and keep walking. The tallest kid, about 4 inches taller than I was, shoved me in the back. I stopped and turned around and just told them flat out to stop and move on. So of course a bully does what a bully will and says, "What are you gonna do about it?" and tries to punch me in the shoulder. A weak punch when compared to a kid that had 30 pounds on him. In that moment I snapped, but not in the sense I didn't know what I was doing. I was just damn done. I grabbed his collar and spun him around into the lockers along the wall. He tripped up and tried to swing at me after bouncing off and jabbed him in the ribs, which sent him to the floor. He started to get up and looked at me. I looked him dead in the eyes, and when he opened his mouth to speak, I clocked him right in the jaw and he fell to the floor as I stood up fully. The other 3 were just standing there, jaws slack and eyes wide. I looked down both ends of the hallway and noticed that I was alone with them. Everyone had already gone to class. In that moment I didn't see it as me being outnumbered, but me needing to stop myself. I had never been in that level of conflict before. I'd been bullied in elementary by other kids, but never fought back or anything like it. I told them then, "You're not worth it," and went to class. It all happened so quickly that the teacher hadn't even considered me late, but the other 4 didn't come back in for another 5 minutes, then one rubbing his jaw. They never said a word to me for the next year, and I never saw them again after that point. Another interesting story happened in high school, around 10th grade. A kid transferred into the school at half. Very stocky fellow, but definitely had a rough upbringing. Ran into him in the halls one day when he was skipping out on class. For whatever reason he stopped and asked me what I was doing, and at the time it was one of my art courses. We were given a certain level of freedom to work on things in areas other than the room with certain projects. He watched me sketch and told me about how he'd been kicked out of a few schools and moved states, and about how his life was generally shitty. Don't really know why he told me any of it, but in that moment I guess he needed someone to hear it. Fast forward a few weeks and I'm outside. Used to play hacky-sack with a group of others during lunch, but no one remembered one that day, so we were all just roaming in the front of the school. A friend of mine and I were next to a stone bench, and that kid from the hall was out further with some other kid who looked like he'd been working on his second down from meth for the day. I'd honestly never seen him before, and no one, after the fact, knew who he was. At some point he yelled at us. We looked over, shrugged, and turned back not knowing what was said. He came up to us and started loudly talking about how we obviously were talking shit about him, which we weren't. I said I didn't know what he was talking about, tried to defuse the situation and get him to chill out. The junkie kid wouldn't have it and convinced the stocky kid that the only way he could accept an apology was if I got down on my hands and knees and begged for forgiveness. I laughed and said hell no. At that point a crowd had built up, as they tend to when people think a fight is brewing. Now, I know there were at least 2 or 3 people in said crowd that would have had my back by extension, so it wasn't like I was feeling some moshit pressure, but I still didn't want to physically get into it with this kid. I feel like I should also mention that through 8th, 9th grade I ended up hanging out with a group of kids that were questionable choices. And one of those kids was the friend with me at that point. But during that transition period we had spent the summers basically learning to fight by actually fighting. We had ground rules, but we were literally throwing contact punches. I blame this on the fact that I'd been bullied before, a lot, and that moment in 7th had made me want to feel more like I could defend myself. So we all kinda figured it out stupidly, but we did. So now this stocky kid is seconds away from a life-altering action. He taunts my friend to get involved and he laughs, props his knee up, and yells, "This kid, no, I'm good, heh, he's got this, is that so?" Says the stocky kid. I had looked away for a second to my friend to relay that I was trying to stop the fight, not egg it on. He just shrugged and told me to just end it already. I had sighed and thought I might not have a choice, and as I started to turn back, the stocky kid and jumped forward and punched me in the cheek 3 times. It was a tap tap tap. He didn't pull his arm back, it was just a close range repeated knuckle rap. It always looks more viscous than they really can be. My hat fell off, but I hadn't otherwise budged. It didn't faze me at all. The kid had his fists up and stepped back. I bent down and picked my hat up, dusted it off, and the crowd just went to "Oh shit, that didn't even faze him, you're so freak." And in that moment an administrator barreled into the crowd, just enough to see me get punched, and broke the whole thing up. I got suspended for 3 days for being involved. My parents fought the school over it because it was BS, but they had a zero tolerance policy, and 3 days was being kind since I didn't fight back. Wrong, they just got involved at the last possible second. That kid though, he was on a trial period with the school, and I knew this. I really didn't want to get involved like that. I knew it'd screw him over, but after the fact I realized he probably did it on purpose. He wanted out. But what that kid didn't know is that we were in a state that didn't do expelled period. They had a school for the worst of the worst. A literal military-styled school they'd be sent to until they were of a sound mind and age to get a JED or otherwise graduate normally. It was the juvie of high schools. In a sense I don't have any angst against that kid. Somehow in his life he'd gotten to a point where he was suffering in a way that no one had attempted to help him in the right way, or probably could at that point. Sometimes the school system doesn't work in either direction. A lot of people talk about how no one stops the bullying. But at the same time we need to ask, why are they doing it? It starts early. I see how it impacts my kids now. Bullies in the classroom, and as a parent I make it my priority to talk with the teacher. Not as a why aren't you punishing this kid, but as a what are you doing to help them? There was a kid I had gone to school with since I was in middle school. He had always been kind of a douchebag and clearly just wanted attention from any girl he could get. He always asked me gross questions like, had I ever seen a penis before, and shit like that. Junior year of high school he was in my maths class. He started to ask me nasty questions again. What color underwear are you wearing? Etc. One day he asked me to grab him a piece of paper in a pretty rude tone, so I told him no. He proceeded to grab my throat and be like, what? I slapped his hand away and I told him not to ever touch me like that again. He insisted that he was joking and was confused as to why I was mad. He said he hadn't done anything wrong. One day I walk into class and the girl that sits next to me is like, did you have sex with this dude? I'm confused as fuck and obviously like, no, of course not. Why? She tells me that she heard a rumor that he had started saying that we had gotten together and whatnot. I stood up right away and went back to his desk. I remember saying something like, why the fuck are you telling people we hooked up? You know we didn't do that, and I would never do that with you. Don't ever do that shit again. He kinda just sits there and acts like I'm crazy for a while and I go back to my desk shaking. The next morning I wake up and as I'm leaving for school I see that my car window is smashed. I mean completely destroyed. Glass all over the front seats of my car. Someone had thrown a brick at my window in the middle of the night. I knew that this kid knew where I lived and was the only person aggressive enough to do something like this. Nothing ever happened, but he got switched out of my maths class and never talked to me again. My story is probably a lot weaker than other people's, but here goes. So this happened a few years ago, right around the time of the 2016 election. I was in English, and we had a sub. Nothing too crazy. The teacher had us read an article about immigration. The article itself was pretty unbiased, but since it was right around the time where that was a very controversial topic, my teacher had a plan for keeping the situation under control. We were supposed to discuss the article on this one website that allowed us to make comments on certain parts of the article. What ended up happening was the sub had us have an open class discussion about the topic. Where I live is overwhelmingly red, and at this point in my life, I got my self-worth from contradicting others so naturally. The majority of the class was right-leaning, and me being the little sheep that I stood up for these immigrants in the end. I got extremely angry, and these classmates were relentlessly making fun of me. The sub wasn't doing anything about it. In fact, he thought the discussion had gone well, making comments like, while that was a great discussion, while I was having a mental breakdown in the corner. One kid in particular was picking on me very harshly, and about a minute before class ended, I said to him, pick on me one more time and you'll see what happens. He then repeated something I had said earlier in a mocking tone and I punched him. In my mental breakdown, I had neglected to register the fact that this kid was athletic and got into fights all the time. Unsurprisingly, he kicked my butt. It wasn't even a fair fight. It was like that gif where the kitten goes up to the big cat and swats at it, and then the big cat proceeds to knock the kitten over. I don't remember much from the fight, but I do remember that we both got taken down to the office, and he got suspended for twice, as long as I did, because my actions were somewhat justified. But joke's on him, almost 4 years later, and he's been held back twice, and hasn't amounted to anything. Screw you, Skylar. 8th grade, this dude, who we will call Alan, was pretty much a dumb as prick to most people. Alan had harassed all Asian students in our grade. We had 3 laugh out loud, and others of non-white descent. Our school didn't have much students of race, so we weren't cared for that much. My school was sort of racist, usually taking the blame to colored kids. Back to the story. One day, I was having a bad mood swing due to puberty, and he threatened to fight me, a 5'3" Asian kid who had noodles for arms. He repeatedly harassed me as I ignored him, calling me an anime watcher, rice faker, and other rude words. He then said we should fight outside the school doors when we released. The teachers were always late at coming out, and he said he'd knock me down quick. Sadly that was true, but I did win the fight. He knocked me down once, and I shoved dirty snow up his mouth, nose, and eye sockets. When the teachers finally came out, they separated us and sent us to the principal. He practically pinned everything on me and said I had started bullying him when I first came to school. None of what he said was true, and he did most of these things to me and the other kids of race. After that, the school had our parents come and talk to us, etc. After the interview, the mother went up to me when I went to the bathroom to cry, and she said she'd sue if I told anyone about how I won, how Alan was lying, and how Alan wasn't a racist. Later, my life went to shit, even worse than it did on that day, summer. Currently, I'm trying to go outside more and be less of what people see me as. I haven't seen anyone from my school, and I attempted to ask out a cute girl, which I felt was great, at least trying to do that. My general emotions have been on self-betterment, and I'm not feeling depressed or acting on suicidal thoughts anymore. But I do plan to do something to Alan back in high school, which we will both go to. Looking back at it, these stories were not cases of bullying, but if I didn't defend myself the way I did, it just might have turned into me getting bullied. Here are 2 stories of how I prevented situations to turn into bullying. I will 100% tell my kids these stories. TLDR: when kids cross the line, victims should act quickly on it. Don't let it slide hoping it's a one-time deal. Point: back in elementary, 2 to 3 kids kept calling me names repeatedly. Wasn't really bullying, since they were harmless names, but I just got tired of being called that every single day. I kept telling them to stop, they didn't. Back then I was on the heavier side of kids but not fat, and started playing football recently. One day after they pushed it too far with calling me names, I turned around to go hang around with other kids. As I'm walking away I looked back, and since they were not looking at me, I sprinted as hard as I could and tackled one of them so hard he stayed on the ground for a while. They then stopped calling me names, even though I got in trouble for it. Another quick one, I remember it was winter time and these kids started playing with my beanie, throwing it to each other while I tried to intercept it. It was kind of a game until one kid throws my beanie on the other side of the fence. I tackled him, again, as hard as I could, and stuck his face in a puddle while screaming at him to go get it back. They then went with the "it was just a game" while getting my beanie back. It's all fun and games until you cross the line. Point: tackling someone to the ground is especially satisfying, by the way. 9th grade history class. I was a kind of weird kid for being a kid in a majority Latino/Hispanic and black community. Most kids only hung out with their own kind at my school. There was a lot of race tension at my school. Latinos/Hispanics were always at odds with the black kids. There were a couple school shootings and race war/fights in my school. Point: I wasn't a gang member either, and my best friend, since middle school, was black. My group of friends consisted of 4 Mexicans, 3 blacks, and 1 white kid. The Latino gang members usually picked on our group and always tried to jump us. The black gang members weren't so hostile, but occasionally they would try and jump us after school. Only happened twice, but we managed to run or scare them off. Okay, history class. One of the gang members that always picked on us was in my history class. Every day he would pick on me or one of my other friends. On this day, this kid decided to pick on me. He started throwing paper balls at me, and I just ignored him. Then he started kicking my chair. I had a brand new sweater that my mom had bought me, and he put his shoe marks on it. I just could not take it anymore. I got up, and he got up. Short backstory: I used to weightlift in middle and high school. I was in the football team for a while. So as a kid, I was always pretty buff and cut for my age. I used to bench 180 pounds in 9th grade, not maximum, but daily 40 reps. I punched the dude once, and he ducked and covered his face. I then uppercut him with a left, forcing his face up, and wailed on him. I broke his nose, and he was hospitalized. Both of us were suspended. My teacher stuck his neck out for me though. I was really close from being expelled, but he told the principal that he had warned the other kid multiple times to stop throwing paper balls at kids. The principal also knew the other kid was a sheet lord. Poor grades, known to be gang affiliated, and involved in gang fights. I was an A student and football player. Principal sided with me and teacher when I saw that same kid a few weeks later. His entire left cheek was stitched and had a nose cast. The gang leader of his gang didn't like the fact that I faked his homie up, and in the 10th grade they tried jumping me. I was benching 220 pounds, not maximum, but daily 40 reps, in 10th grade. I don't think they understood what they got themselves into. It was a 3vs1. I knocked out one of his homies with a single punch and the other two tried dropping/tripping me into the floor. My leg press game was on point too, and I kicked the shit out of them and tackled the gang leader into the floor. I don't know what the fuck was going on, but I managed to pick him up off the floor and throw him into a wall like a rag doll. I think I broke his other homie's leg when I kicked him because he was limping. Both sort of looked at each other and gave up. I booked it, since I couldn't afford to be suspended again. Point after that, they never once faked with me or my homies again. I left the football team in the 11th grade after picking up a job. At my zenith/best, I was pressing 250 pounds daily, 500 pounds maximum, though that was without a spotter. Never felt safe to press more. Leg pressing 300 daily and curling 100 pounds per arm by the 12th grade. I was a faking Hulk. Would not recommend it to anyone though. I wasn't as safe, and now 13 to 14 years later my wrists are kinda messed up. I also worked in construction for some time and the jackhammer kinda faked me up too. First of all, oof point, I have tons of stories from the huge amount of fights I had in school, but I like this one the most. Point, I moved out of state during the summer of 3rd grade, so when I entered 4th grade for the first time there, of course, I was bullied. Point, these two kids were the main antagonists here, which they did most of the dirty work. I put up with it for a while. I never started crying or anything. I just had a kind of annoyed but defeated posture. And I never told anyone about it, which I never did. I like to solve my own problems alone. Point, so around mid-May that year, one was forearm choking me against the wall. Before we left school that day, we stood in lines in the hall before being let out for some reason. It was really crowded so no one saw. Both kids were in my face shouting insults and crap. I already had a bad day. Life wasn't going too well. So here comes my dad's Krav Maga training. He made me do. Point, I grabbed the physical one's face and rotated him around 180 to my previous position, choked against a wall, and slammed his biggest head as hard as I could. Then, I threw elbows, knees, punches, until he fell to the ground and the other one watched helplessly. After that, I turned around, got not a millimeter into the other's face, and said something along the lines of, "Would you like your turn?" Or some clever bullshit like that. Point, he didn't want his turn, and he moved a year later. The other one I'm friends with now, and he is pretty damn scared of me as with everyone else I know, some from other fights as well. I have a lot, and that's my most memorable fight. So I'm a quite tame person when it comes to inflicting physical harm. This happened a few months ago at lunch. I'm 14, so I'm in 8th grade. Take that as you will, and I sit close to this one kid who is a completist to me. He always calls me termed, which annoys the fuck out of me for some reason, and one day I just lost my shit. We also sit at the same table, since we have mutual friends. So since the context is out of the way, let's get to the story. There was like 20 minutes left of lunch, and I was just finishing my tater tots that I had left over, and the asshole decides to pour his milk that he got with his lunch into my ketchup. So I take the apple juice that we get with our lunch, and I throw it at him, opened. So he threw his at me, so I took his Snapple, which he paid like $1 extra for, and I threw it at him. He got all pissed at me and kept calling my Tina. So remember how I said I'm very tame when it comes to inflicting physical harm? I barely snapped, and I smacked him across the face with my left, non-dominant, hand. Him and most of my friends were in shock from me smacking him. He shut the fuck up for the rest of that lunch period. Point, a final note, the reason I'm tame with inflicting physical harm is because I've always been taught to contradicting morals. My mom, who I'm closer to since, well, to put it simply, Karen took the kids, and my dad, that's of me. It was okay to fight when necessary, and I sided with a closer parent. And although I don't think it is okay to unnecessarily hurt someone, I wish I would done a lot more than just smack my bully in the face with my non-dominant hand. Back when I was 16, I went to a 2-week summer art camp with my friend Claire, who happens to be Catholic. There was a group of guys who were always causing trouble, and when they found out that Claire was Catholic, one of them went up to her in class and asked her, "Hey, what do you think about abortion, you staunch Catholic bitch?" He kept on harassing her until I finally piped up and said, "You shouldn't talk to my friend like that." He replied, "You probably don't even know what staunch means, don't you?" I was like, "Why don't you go look it up?" His friend Chris responds with, "Shut the fuck up, you don't know what the hell you're talking about." I snapped, picked up the sharp chisel I was using for my plaster sculpture, and threw it at his face as hard as I could. He was sitting a good 15 feet away from me, and I missed his face by a few inches. Dead silence settled on the room full of classmates. Chris finally said, "I could report you to a teacher and get you kicked out of the program." I walked over to him and stared into his eyes for a good 5 minutes. After a bit he goes back to carving his sculpture and I walk away. He gets mad that he couldn't provoke me further and screams that I'm a crazy bitch, but at that point I was just done. Point after that they continued to pick on me and my friends, but they never tried anything physical. I took martial arts since I was 8 years old, and I fight dirty, throat punches, kicks to the groin, etc. And I made this information very clear to the rest of the class since that incident. I heard at the end of camp that Chris had a bad family life, but that doesn't give anyone a good reason to take out your anger on some quiet girls who didn't do anything to you. Jokes on Chris and his friends though. In the camp, Chris told me that my art sucked. Well, after that art camp I got accepted into one of the best art schools in the world with a scholarship. Then once I graduated I worked as a designer for several large companies. I have invented over 10 products that are currently being sold in Target, Walmart, and Bed Bath & Beyond. It's thanks to bullies like Chris who made me into the designer I'm today. I pray that his home life has improved and he realizes the error of his ways. I wish him well. I can't say I've done this, but I was friends with someone who used to bully another kid, and I remember the day that kid finally had enough. When I was in grade school, my friend, let's call him Bob, was known as the class troublemaker. This other kid in our class, let's call him Ray, was very tall and lanky, had a speech impediment, and was very awkward. As much as he tried to be nice and fit in, there was, unfortunately, a lot about him that made him a prime target for bullying. And while I wouldn't call Bob a malicious person, he just couldn't help himself. He would make fun of Ray in gym class. Bob was athletic, Ray was not, exclude him from activities, hide his books and school supplies, make fun of him behind his back, etc. But most of his bullying was verbal and social. He never did anything physical, until one day he decided he was going to try to step up his bullying game. And it did not go well. Towards the end of the school year in 6th grade, I invited everyone in my class over to my house for a pool party. I went to a small Catholic school, so there was only about 14 of us in total, and I didn't want anyone to feel excluded, so made sure I got an invitation, to some mild disapproval from Bob. The day of the party, Bob decides to start messing around with one of the water guns that has a pretty good punch to it. After a while, he turns it on Ray and starts blasting him in the face. Ray says something along the lines of "knock it off, that hurts." Bob tells him he's being a baby and hits him with a second volley. Ray, doing his best to shield his face, says, "Yeah, but you're shooting it right in my ear. It hurts." Bob ignores him and hits him with the water a third time. While Bob is dipping the gun in the pool to reload it, Ray charges him, tackles him to the ground, and they start going at it. Everyone else just stands there watching in stunned silence, in complete disbelief that someone as seemingly docile as Ray just threw himself into a fight. The one person who wasn't stunned, though, was my dad, who had been supervising the event. Somehow Bob and Ray both got back on their feet and were locked in on each other, each trying to get the other to the ground. Out of nowhere my dad, who didn't really care for Bob, comes rushing in, full body tackles Bob, and pins him to the ground. Somehow, everyone there reached a whole new level of stunned silence. Luckily, Ray was also taken aback by this, long enough to compose himself and calm down. And that was the end of the fight, and the end of Bob going anywhere near a point. Looking back on it, even though I didn't contribute to the bullying, I also didn't do anything to stop it. So if I ever have a child, one of the lessons I will impart on them is this: son or daughter, if one of your classmates, even one of your friends, is bullying someone, you should do what you can to stop it. Otherwise, I'm going to end up tackling them in the backyard while all your classmates watch, and I don't want that. So do me a favor and just nip it in the bud early. I used to read on the bus all the time going to and from school. In my small town, the buses would take kids from their schools to the main public school, where kids would change buses to take them home. When I would get on the bus going from my school to the changeover, a few boys from my school would always bother me by obnoxiously asking WH@REYOU repeatedly, or they would keep trying to get my attention, or place their hands on the pages to stop me reading. One time the cover of the book I was reading had a girl's face, and the way I was holding the book made it look like I was picking her nose, and they wouldn't shut up about it. Point anyway, it was always these 2 or 3 boys a year or 2 below me. I was 14. They were probably 12. That would bother me all the time. Sometimes they would try and get other people to do it too. I would always move away or just tell them to leave me alone. They knew I did taekwondo do so. Whenever I would get mad at them, they would go into the whole "Oh, are you gonna hit us? Fight us? Show us what you can do." But I would just call their bluff, make them flinch when they thought I was gonna come towards them, and move away. But one day I had enough, and I was so emotional about it I started crying and yelled at them that they never leave me alone. I never did anything to make them bully me in the first place. I would tell them to stop, or thought getting mad at them would get the point across that I wanted them to leave me alone. But looking back at it, them seeing me react is exactly what they wanted, and I moved right down the front of the bus. 2 girls who had been dragged into making fun of me came up and said they were sorry because they didn't know it had been going on for a long time, and that they would tell them to stop bullying me about reading. I don't remember exactly how it went after that, but they stopped bothering me from then onwards. In my emotional rage I think I said something along the lines of, "If you keep bothering me, I actually will fight you, like you've been asking, and I won't hold back." But I'm not sure if that's something I wanted to say, or if I did say it. Girl and I went to the same school from grade 2 right up to year 12. Use to make fun of me all the time about how I looked, the answers I would offer in class, etc. People would then join in, which is what I hated most. I never really said anything because I knew she didn't have the best home life and that she was bullied too, but the school did know it was happening. I have always been really good at having patience and not letting people know how I really felt when I know they will use that for leverage later on. About 2 weeks before we were to finish school, we were in the bathroom and she kept saying stuff to me. I can't exactly remember what now, but I remember thinking, you know what? I'm never going to see you again. I finished everything I need to do, so fuck you. And I pushed her so hard that she fell into the sink and was just screaming and yelling at her how much of a bad person she was, etc. I remember running out the bathroom crying out of anger and frustration that she had drawn me to the point of snapping. Eventually, I got called to the principal's office and she has asked, "Did you hit blank?" And I said yes, and I would do it again. She allowed me to return to class with getting into trouble. I walked back into class and blank was there, and she needed help with some work and I helped her, neither of us acknowledging what had just happened. The teacher later told the principal what I had done. Later that day the principal called my mum to tell her what had happened and that she had raised an amazing child and that she should be proud of what she had accomplished. I just had to work on not allowing people to walk all over me. Set the scene. I'm my 5th grade and am getting bullied by a person nobody likes. I'm about 4, 5 at the time, or SMTH, and the other is about 4, 8. May be inaccurate. A equals me, Z equals bully, T equals teacher, P equals principal. It was a cold winter day during lunch and I finished early, so I decided that I would get all my snow gear on so that I didn't waste my recess. I put everything on and my bully comes over and says stupid shit like, "Why are you so short?" That goes on for 5 minutes. Then I decided to give him a punch to the stomach, which makes him fall back into his chair. I didn't want to get in trouble, so I sat down. Shortly after, a teacher was notified, and I knew that teacher very well, and it kinda went like this: Z equals yo Andrew just punched me. Me sitting like I haven't moved an inch. T equals are you serious? He has just been sitting and eating, like you should be doing. A equals I didn't even lay a finger on him. T equals exactly. Did he use his go-go gadget arm to hit you from where he's sitting? We were halfway across the room from each other. Z equals yes he did. T equals sure he did. Seriously, stop trying to get people in trouble. Teacher walks out, and the bell to go outside rings. I walk over to the door, when Z stops me, and says Z equals you are so dumb, YTF did you hit me and lie? A equals because I hate you. We grab each other, and keep in mind that I'm wearing faking 8-ounce gloves. I proceed to bash him in the head several times until his nose starts bleeding, and I leave him with a black eye. Teacher sees this, and does what a normal teacher would do, send us to the office. We go to the office and we are sitting in the principal's office, and the conversation goes like this: P equals Andrew, why did you hit Z? A equals he started by bullying, then grabbing me. Z equals bro, what the fuck, you bully me every day. A equals no I don't. Are you seeing yourself? Look in a mirror. P equals I don't care what happened, but Andrew, you have no right to hit Z no matter what. Blah blah, you should come to the teacher if you're getting bullied. Blah. He sends us off, and we have to write a letter to each other explaining what we did wrong. All my friends were happy for me that day, and I felt great. Sorry if this is long. I have 2 points. The first was in English. I had some kid who used to take the piss out of me and throw stuff at me. One day I had enough and stood up to him. He pushed me back, so pushed back harder, way harder than I knew I could, and he fell over his chair. He got up and punched me in the ear. He got kicked out for a bit I think, but he left me alone after that. Second one was with a girl who bullied me my whole school life. I mean every single day. She would abuse me and make jokes and spread lies. When I started in, I guess what Americans call high school, aged 12 over 13, she was placed in my house. Despite my mother and me begging the schools not to put us together, she made a point to tell everyone lies about me to make sure they laughed at me. I was raised never to hit a woman, and I stuck by that a little too well. On the last day of school, I follows her out the gates screaming everything I ever wanted to at her. I just told her how she was a fast bitch like her alcohol mum, and how she's the reason her dad left. By the end she was crying her eyes out to her mum on the phone, while I was still shouting at her. I walked away after that, and haven't seen her since. From what I understand, she's exactly like her mother, a fat alcoholic with kids. I don't regret any of they. I wished I down it sooner. They can't caused me so much pain. I would never go out as a kid. I'd cry myself to sleep. Her abuse only dropped when houses and classes were changed, and I was almost never with her, but my whole school life was one long nightmare. Not when a few days every day of school was hell. From age 7 to age 16, 9 years of her abuse. Fuck that bitch. I stand by what I said to her. That. This isn't my story, since I'm a bussy, but my brother's back. When I was in 1st grade, my brother in 3rd, we moved from our old town in the middle of the year to a new school. Many of the good schools were filled, so we had to be temporarily transferred to a lower end school. We were a small nerdy Asian minority, meaning we both were bullied a lot in that school. I myself had my own traumas from that school which still spike my anxiety today, but frankly my brother had it so much worse. He was a victim of a lot of mental and physical bullying, which looking back I realize how badly the bully tore my brother's conscience apart. My brother was a really timid boy, so it was surprising when I wandered in the hallways one day noticing a commotion. Kids surrounded, and I realized there was a fight, and it wasn't just any fight. My brother, the shy nerdy kid with glasses people would always call Four Eyes, was holding his worst enemy by his collar shirt and outright smacking his face. The best part was that everyone cheered for my brother. I kid you not, I was shook, but then joined the cheering. In the end, my brother did get in trouble, but since the bully's bullying was so severe and long lasting, and my brother being the smartest and nicest kid in class, was oddly let off the hook. I mean, he seemed fine. I don't know, it's been years since this happened, so I forgot. While the bully got suspended, he never beat anyone up again after that, but I know he can. Oh yeah, he's still smart as ever too, and has a 4.0 GPA in college. I'm a proud sister, what can I say, wowie. I'm sorry for this. Long post ahead. I was bullied by the same person for years. Started in 5th grade, continued in 6th. Administration knew to separate us for 7th, but then 8th grade faked me because we ended up having to be in the same Spanish class after I had to leave advanced Spanish, much too fast paced for me. We also went to the same after school program, so the fun didn't end after school got out. I was a kid. I was a goofy, exuberant, wearing bright colors and being wacky kid. I was cringy, but weren't we all in middle school? Anyways, one day in that Spanish class I was tired as hell. Who knows why? I was depressed. I have a chronic illness, or maybe I had a hard night the night before at home, given I also had an alcoholic parent. But I was falling asleep because we had a guest speaker. The guest speaker decided to be that person TM and call on me to answer a question, and I answered her with a sleepy huh. He snickered and laughed like it was the most hilarious thing he heard all day. And that's when I had it. I stood up and I screamed at him, asking what I ever did to him. What did I do? That kind of stuff. I started crying. My teacher called the assistant principal. He pulled us both out individually to talk. Out of all the times I was owed an apology for how he treated me, I never got one. He never got suspended, never faced any real punishments. Then came freshman year of high school, and we had a Words Can Hurt assembly where we were allowed to come up and tell our stories at the end, a little open mic. I talked about him without name dropping him, and I talked about how eventually I got to the point where I was suicidal. A few days later he came up to me and said that I lied, that it didn't go on for years, that I probably wasn't even suicidal. And I lost it at him again, telling him that he had no idea what I go through or what goes through my head. And I left the room. In the end I found out he ended up getting arrested for some sort of public, underage, intoxication and assault of minor charge at one point. She's hilarious. But his family is rich. I couldn't see him facing any real consequences, just like he never did for bullying me. TLDR, I yelled at my bully of several years in Spanish class, called him out publicly in an assembly. Then he came to me and outed my stories of being suicidal, and I told him off again. Edit. After all these years, I still wish I could have hit him. He never got physical with me though, from what I could remember, except for targeting me in dodgeball. I always thought that if he would, I would have done my best to take him down. I've made a comment already on here about me snapping at my own bully, but I've also snapped at someone else for encouraging the bullying another person. Thinking back about it still gets my heart pumping because it upset me so much. When I was in my final year of high school, there was a girl who caught the bus with her younger brother. She was about 10 to 11 years old and the brother was maybe 6 to 7, and he wanted to be a cool kid, so he went to sit up the back of the bus where the other teenage boys were. His sister told him to stay near her so he could behave, but he didn't want to listen. I could hear the teenage boys up the back telling him you don't need to listen to her, and then whispered some things to him. He then comes down to the front, where his sister is sitting near me, and hits her in the head with an open palm, then looks back at the teenagers for approval. They all shout yay. And he gets motivated to try and keep hitting his sister. She's trying to grab his hands to stop him, and I just lose my cool. I shout at the boys in the back, all between 12 to 15, around that basically went like, what the hell is wrong with you? You're teaching this boy it's okay to hit his sister? You're telling him it's okay to hit women, and when he grows up he'll think it's still okay, and will hit his girlfriend or wife. When you wear our uniform outside of school you are representing who we are, a Christian private school. You should be ashamed of yourselves. And I looked at the boy and said, you never hit your sister or any girl. Then the sister made him sit next to her, which made him sulk, but he knew he did something bad and just sat quietly for the rest of the bus ride. Later the next day at school I was called into the office to talk about it because one of the boys recorded me yelling at them on Snapchat and sent it around to people. Someone who saw it reported it, and I got called in to talk about it. I told them exactly what happened and which boys I recognized that were part of it, whose parents are lovely Christian people who I could imagine being very shocked at what their two sons did. I admitted that I did lose myself a bit, but I couldn't help it, because I have an aunt that's been physically abused by her husband a couple times, and had recently been hurt by him before the incident on the bus, so it was all very fresh to me. And then seeing that being encouraged in a young boy set me off. The office lady understood and told me I wasn't getting in trouble, but actually being commended for my actions, and that the boys involved and their parents were going to be talked to in a meeting with the principal. So at least this one had a good ending. Not so much a bully as an ex-best friend. She had been really mean to me through that whole year, though we had been best friends our entire lives. One day, working a rally at school, I sat on another friend of mine's lap, and she got really pissed at me for no reason. I couldn't take any of her crap anymore, and just said, I just don't understand why you treat me like this all the time. I had tears in my eyes, staring at her deadpan. She did not care. I stormed out, crying all the way back to my classroom. Getting there at the end of the day, almost all my classmates there, I flipped and just sobbed and told them everything and how I couldn't take it anymore. I wrote her a really long note telling her how I felt, all the things I wished she would stop doing to me. She came back and flipped the table on me, saying it was my fault for everything. All I had tried to do was be there for her when her stepmom sucked, and most of her family did too. She said she felt like she was taking care of a child when she was around me. I lost it at that point. The most important friend I had had in my life until that point had just said the most hurtful thing anyone had ever said to me. I'm a very outgoing person. Think theater kid, because that's what I am. I have a very big personality, and I guess she got tired of it. I couldn't look at her for a week, think about her, or I would cry. I cried for days. It was horrible. I cut her out, and it was the hardest thing I've ever had to do. I just couldn't let her hurt me anymore. I couldn't take it. I've been doing so much better without her. It's been probably 2/3 months since that ordeal, and it has really sucked, but I've found people who really love and care about me and enjoy my personality and don't put me down for liking what I do. Sorry this was a long read. I also cried writing this if it's anything. One day during 7th grade recess, kids were playing the arm punching game, and I refused to play back. I basically told them my father forbade me from hitting or fighting in school. Normal teasing happened, but one of the kids, this beanpole motherfucker, figured that since I couldn't hit back he would take his frustrations out on me. Beanpole would trip me or punch me in the face when he saw me, run and kick me in the back, toss my books around, and even unzip my backpack and throw my papers everywhere. Reporting him to the teachers and principal did nothing, so after a few weeks I talked to my mother, and she said, I'll talk to your father. The next day after school my father pulls up near the bus zone. I think, wow. I get a ride home. I go to the car, and he tells me to take the bus. I waddled my fat disappointed Asianers back to the bus zone and stand there while he sat there smoking and listening to the radio. Beanpole eventually shows up and starts in on me. I look at my father, and he gets out of the car, walks up to me, and says, you have permission to fight back. No hatred or anger in his voice. Just the same flat tone he used to use on the dogs he trained while he was an MP. Beanpole suddenly stops hitting me and looks scared as fuck. My father, seeing his, walks back to his car and drives off. I never had to lay a finger on Beanpole. Just hearing my father give me permission to fight back was enough for him to stop picking on me. As grateful as I am that my father stepped in to help, I'm still irritated at the fact that he left me there to take the bus. I bet he laughed the whole way home about it. A couple years later in 9th grade, a kid lost a wallet he left out in the gym locker room. He asked if anyone saw it, and I asked if it was a cowboy leather wallet. It was, and I told him it was on the bench, but I didn't see where it went. I guess he thought I stole it, started pushing me around telling me to give him back his wallet. He then grabbed my jacket and started shaking me while yelling. I grabbed his wrist and thumb like my father showed me, twisted it counterclockwise, and shoved him away. I just wanted him to stop. He started crying, and I instantly felt horrible. I broke something because he ended up in a cast the next day. I never got in trouble because they later found out who actually stole the wallet, and the teacher said it was self-defense. The kid never forgave me though, which I can understand. During the summer before 10th grade, the high school bully started harassing me on AOL Messenger because I went to the movies with his girlfriend. In my defense, it was a group of 3 to 4 people who went to the movies and we were just friends. He spent the entire summer telling people how he was going to beat me up once he got a hold of me. Once school started, he began confronting me in the hallway. Him and his buddies would stop me on my way to class and challenge me to start a fight with him, telling me that if he ever caught me off campus, he would beat me up. Apparently, if he started one more fight, he would be expelled, so he needed me to start the fight if it was going to happen on campus. Once while confronting me, he got frustrated, turned, and punched a hole through the outer walling of one of the learning cottages. Fancy word for portable. Eventually, I got fed up with it and decided to face my fate. I was about his height, and I was athletic. I was on the basketball team. While he was a lot bigger than I was, I figured I had a chance of winning. So I finally agreed to meet him behind the town recreation center, which had a large grassy area suitable for such situations. I had asked a senior from the basketball team to come to make sure he would stop the fight if I was getting pummeling. He never showed up. On the day of the fight, I took to Apple and went to the Rev Center. When I arrived at the rec center, the bully and I met at the grassy area and he immediately punched me in the eye, giving me a black eye. But then the fight turned my way. I was stronger than I thought and faster than him. By the end, I had gotten him pretty good and he wasn't able to hit me after that first punch. He didn't show up to school for 2 weeks after the fight, out of embarrassment, not injury. Then he came back for 1 day and dropped out of high school. I'm not sure why he actually dropped out, but I think it had to do with him missing too many days of school. Apparently, he was telling people at his work that he got jumped by a gang. I became the school hero that day, which lasted for a short while. He was later arrested for selling drugs, and then again for causing the death of someone by driving under the influence of drugs. And that's the story of how I snapped and beat up the high school bully and made him drop out of school. I don't feel the least bit bad about it. This is still one of my proudest moments of my life. So, I moved to a new town in the 1st grade, and I'm from a very small town in the Midwest. The kind where my entire school, grades 7 to 12, was about 500 kids. At that point, this one girl decided that from the day we met in the 1st grade, it was now her job to make my life a living hell. Early on, it was stupid kid stuff. You can't sit with my friends and me at lunch. Your Star Wars lunchbox is stupid because Star Wars is for boys. Name calling, shit like that. Once puberty started, things started to get hostile. She would knock my books out of my hands in the hallway, call me fat, ugly, Quasimodo. I'm very tall and have had kyphosis since I was about 13. All manner of mean names. She'd push me into lockers once we got into high school and she gained a posse. The real shit happened. She did the crowd warfare, like spreading lies, like I slept with a kid in class who had a skin condition and ate his own hair, or the emotional warfare like exploiting the fact that my parents cheated on each other and it was my fault. It wasn't. But the physical warfare was real, and it was bad. She got all the girls in JV volleyball to jump me in the showers before school one day, and I was duct taped naked and left on the shower floor with freezing water sprayed on me for an hour before the teachers got there. She once had 3 other girls hold me down while she would slam my head with her books, and once she cut my hair with scissors when I was getting stuff out of my locker. I never knew what this girl's problem was with me. And this was before bullying was taken seriously, before social media, before awareness and all the shit that kids have now. So I was told to just work it out with her. This went on until senior year. I had finally had enough. My parents had just split up. I had enough stuff to worry about with graduation, college, trying to help my mom raise 4 kids on her own. It's a lot for a 16-year-old. And sadly it's too common in this country. Well, towards the end of the year, we were in the middle of a softball game, and we weren't doing super great, and apparently, according to the villain of this story, that was my fault. I was about to go out to bat, and she stopped me and yelled at me about some shit I don't even remember, and then spit directly into my face. And that was it. I snapped. I wiped her wet loogie out of my eye, and drew back, and decked her right in the mouth. And I didn't stop. I went full Ed Norton in Fight Club on this beach. 5 of my teammates and the coach had to pull me off of her. Looking back, I still don't feel bad about it. I only feel bad that it took me that long for it to get to that point. Now I don't take shit from anyone, and I have used that mentality to drop toxic people from my life. Life is too short to live in fear of someone. I grew up in a small village. I was a pacifist and always got very anxious whenever threatened, so naturally bullies noticed this and took advantage. The kindergarten, primary and middle school were all in the village, so the same bullies essentially kept picking on me over the years. Later I went to high school in the next village, but they all did too. We took a school bus, but it was really just a rented coach service. Every day on the way home from school, the same group of bullies would decide whose turn it was going to be to beat me up once we got off the bus. I even sat with so-called friends on the bus, but they abandoned me. Even sat with my sister one time, and she was a year older, and also didn't do anything. I can't blame them for not wanting to get drawn into this. I was a good runner, so sometimes I would rush to get off the bus first, and just run home and no one could catch me. But in the end it didn't matter if I did run home, because they would still punch me the following day on the morning school bus. But hey, I missed one beatdown. In the end, I ended up just running to school and back most days to avoid the bus entirely. I actually went on to be a very strong cross-country runner due to this, and the peace I felt when running in general. Even this though wasn't enough, since they could still get to me during the day. This went on for a long time. I was very athletic and played soccer and rugby. I could chase down anyone or tackle anyone on the field because of my running ability, and again it gave me at least some accomplishment I could take pride in. After one intense game, I was walking down the hall to class and one of the bullies pushed me. I was possessed by I don't even know what, didn't think, and I didn't even hesitate, and grabbed him by his collars and lifted him clean off the ground and held him against the wall for what seemed forever. I like a possessed Darth Vader. My adrenaline dropped and I put him down. He was absolutely stunned and just left. A teacher saw this and called me to the office, where I broke down and explained the years of bullying. All the bullies got put on report and never bothered me again. I later took up karate, taekwondo, after I realized I could in fact defend myself. I was in fact far stronger and fitter than I realized. Many years later, I returned to the village and met one of the bullies on the street. He called out to me, and I expected a confrontation, but instead he was to express his sympathies about the loss of my brother and how impressed he was that I left the village and went on to be successful. He put his hand on my shoulder, and it touched my heart very deeply, and I instantly forgave him, in my mind, and his act of compassion erased all the trauma of those bullying years. Now post-college, was badly bullied and teased by a kid and his sidekick in 4th grade. They got off the school bus 3 stops, 12 houses, before I did. Spoke to my parents numerous times and was told just ignore them and they'll stop. The parents clearly didn't understand 4th grade male interpersonal dynamics. Also spoke to the school counselor and got a similar, though even more tepid response. But still, I tried to just ignore them, only they'd just ratchet up the bullying/teasing until they got a reaction. It's probably was just as well they wasn't confronted on this. After several escalating weeks, I finally psyched myself up and I decided to end the kid. Figuring correctly, the sidekick was a flake. One day, to their surprise, I got off the school bus at their stop. He and his sidekick continuing taunting me until I jumped the kid. I had been antagonized by them to such an extent that I beat his so severely he went unconscious, and I continued to beat on him until the kids standing around us pulled me off of him. It's very possible he would have killed him if not for their intervention. Writing this, I still feel the anger. My parents and his were stunned and appalled that this could have happened. They couldn't believe I'd been bullied so badly that I almost killed him. And the simpleton school counselor claimed that if only they had known, and if I only told them sooner. Stupid heads, all. Their stature was diminished in my eyes, for the lesson learned was only I could depend on me to protect me. I told them if the bullying continued, I'd do it again. Surprisingly, ever after, neither he or his clique, or any other cliques or bullies bothered me again. Go figure. Point. My advice if bullied, attack him head on, hit him really hard, sooner rather than later. Punch, choke, kick, bite, scratch, gouge, hit him in the balls, cheat. Whatever it takes to win. No rules. Just win. They go down, not you. Only then will they leave you alone. I was in French immersion, and that meant that at the end of elementary school, we went on a trip to Quebec, a French province in Canada. For those of you who don't know, this was very special to us as everybody at the school was looking forward to it since they were in kindergarten. Throughout the school year, there was one person who had just transferred in that year. I was slightly racist when I was a kid, so I stayed away from that new kid. He was black. Let's call him family. Note that I never actually treated him very badly, but I just stayed away. If he initiated conversation, then I would happily respond, but other than that I've never really taken initiative at that. Up until day 2 of the trip, I never realized that he disliked me. He was always waving and smiling at me through the hallways, so I assumed that we were cool. So I first realized it when he bought a tub of gummies. He asked me if I wanted some, but I kindly refused. No thanks, I'm fine. He then quietly muttered under his breath, well, you weren't going to get any anyways. I was kind of confused until I heard family and one of his friends talking. His friend, why did you do that? It was kind of rude and mean. Family, I don't know. I just hate the kid. Why? I don't know. So I just sat there dumbfounded like, wow, what did I do to him? But then I quickly forgot about it and went on with my day. Point. The following day of the trip, we went to this medieval tower. There were rows of seats where we could sit down. I chose a seat and family followed me there along with his friend. As I sat down, he pushed me away from the seat so that I couldn't sit down. So I, as the innocent child I was, assumed it was an accident and tried to sit down again, scooching him down the row. But with an even bigger force, he pushed me down again. Now it was apparent to me that it was on purpose. I continued to try and sit down for the next 3 minutes, but he wouldn't let up. I then tried to sit down on the other end of the row seat in hopes to tell him to stop. I was on the verge of tears. I, as a child, and still am, was very sensitive. I don't really care if I get hurt. I only care about if somebody had the intention of hurting me. For example, if I fell and broke my arm, I wouldn't cry. I'd just sit there and be like, ow. But if somebody pushes me over, I would have the urge to cry. I tried to hold in my tears at that time because everybody was there and I didn't want to embarrass myself in front of all the chaperones, teachers, workers, and classmates. After I moved to the other side of the seat, family kept on prying and trying desperately to push me off the other end. At that point, I didn't want to beat him up. I wanted him gone completely. I spat on him and pulled the biggest dick move ever. Principal, could I have a talk with you outside? I choked out. The principal was also there as she could speak French too. Okay, and she follows me out. I explain everything. He tries to retort by saying that I spat on him, but that didn't work. He got sent back to Vancouver, that's where our school is situated, and expelled. I'm very happy he's gone, and that I don't ever see him anymore. I moved school boards after elementary school ended. It was the middle of 7th grade, a few weeks before Christmas break, when this kid who was friends with some of my friends started being a complete asshole to me. He started with the talking, which I patiently ignored, but then he started to taking the juice pouches from lunch, chewing them up, and spitting them at me. I kept my cool at first, and then one week it just got me so frustrated. It was literally the week before Christmas break and I didn't want to have to worry about some little rat at school. I went to school as normal and everything was fine up until it was nearing the end of lunchtime, and since we had this kid in our friend group, I had the displeasure of sitting next to him. I see him come back from the lunch line with 2 juices on his tray. He drank them like normal and first he decided to spit one at my friend, who proceeded to flip out. In my head I'm thinking, oh great, me next. Yep, I was next, and the second that juice packet hit my face soaked with spit, I let the beast out and slapped the shit out of this kid so hard he nearly fell off the table. After he recovered, I looked dead into his eyes with the most evil grin on my face and he started crying like a baby. This continued for about 30 seconds until he ran off and told an administrator. My name was called up to the stage and I calmly walked up and asked what the problem is. She explained that I was in trouble for slapping another student. I told her every little detail from the past month or so. She immediately seemed more sympathetic, and it looked like I was on the clear until this kid tries to lie his way out of it. The admin obviously didn't believe a word of his BS. We both got sent to different tables for the remainder of lunch, and afterwards he tried to start some crap in the hallway with the pushing and shoving. It ended after I had him up against the wall. No teacher saw it, so I was good, and he didn't want to test his luck with snitching again. I didn't see him at school for the remainder of the week. I have since made amends with this child and we are still on good terms to this day. Moral of the story: don't mess with the wrong person, especially if they are 10 inches taller and play football. He just kept picking on everyone. He was in grade 8 and we were in grade 7. Every single person he'd push or shove or have something to say. He'd even harassed one of my best friends outside of school. My best friend getting a black eye for it. He was a faking problem. And just the year before, he was bullied on his own by an even worse bully, who got expelled. This all came to a head one recess during the spring. He was punching a smaller student in our class. The kid was down on the ground on a hillside and the bully just kept pummeling him with his 2 other friends laughing. We all watched like bystanders. No one did anything. There are like 20 of us just watching it. Even the stronger athletic kids, the farm kids, we all watched. The kid on the ground was starting to cry as he looked around frantically, the bully punching him again. The girls were all freaking out, yelling at the bully to stop. Someone ran and got a teacher. The kid on the ground made eye contact with me. I don't know why. I wasn't really friends with him. I wasn't the strongest or the leader of our class. But I was standing behind the bully in the crowd with our class. The teacher was busy dealing with other shit on the other side of the school. I remember the kid screaming in pain as the bully punched him even harder in the face. On the ground, his eyes once again looked around in desperation. He saw us all watching and doing nothing. He saw me. We made eye contact. I looked around and realized we were just doing nothing. I felt so angry. I remembered all the other times the bully just would harass people. They'd get a teacher and he'd leave before they got there. He never got in faking trouble. So I grabbed a rock and whipped it at his faking head. Faking. Couldn't kick the soccer ball into the net properly, but I'd managed to hit him straight in the back of the head as hard as I could at the time. He screamed, turned around, and immediately started attacking me. He tried tripping me to throw me down. Same move he used on the smaller kid. But it didn't work on me. I held my ground enough that he looked like a fool. He tried harder and I fell, but I brought him down with me. He never faking bullied anyone again. 7th grade pet. We were mixed in with 8th graders. At the time, I was, and can still be, pretty awkward around aggressively chat-like guys. They always had some shit to say about me, whether it be the way I looked, or my purposely bad jokes that weren't appreciated, until people grew up and saw it was not a mistake, that I was such a goober anyway. One day we were doing circuits. We would group up as 5 students and do a different workout in the gym, rotating every 10 minutes. I always got grouped with these guys, and I'm not quite sure why. One of the older guys, Dawson, real name cause he was a douche, tripped me into the wall on my way to start the invisible chair workout. I caught myself on the wall instead of falling. At this point I'd had it with these dudes, and I told him if he wanted to ever touch me again then he'd better do it now, because he won't take another chance after I'm done with him. He shoved me. I shoved him back harder. When he went for another shove, he was met with the full force of my first ever punch meant for a human target. All his momentum meeting my fist caused a full-on knockout. At this point, I was faking ecstatic. It's every young boy's dream to knock someone the fuck out that really deserves it, and on my first ever chance to fight, it happened for me. I played it super cool, something I hadn't learned to do until this very moment, and just turned around and walked away. About 30 seconds later I hear a friend shout at me, "Alex, turn around, do," which was interrupted by him coming back to punch me in the back of my skull twice as hard as he could. Bad idea, as he broke 3 fingers and fractured his wrist. I turned around and laughed at him, because I mean come on, it's a skull. That didn't hurt me at all, just shook me a little. He went immediately to our coach, who had seen the whole thing transpire. He laughed at the kid when he tried to lie and say I broke his hand. Sent him to the office, only to be seen the next day with the full cast. Couldn't have been more proud of 7th grade me. Fuck you, Dawson. Get clapped. Edit. Some grammar. TLDR, in case you don't want to read the whole thing, I get bullied by guy. I hear bad news that upset me terribly. Bully notices my mother's skin and makes racist comment. I lose my shit in a violent rage and let out years of repressed anger on him. I get faked legally. Bully gets a slap on the wrist despite all the BS he put me through. Non-abridged story. Freshman year I was getting bullied pretty bad by this asshole skater kid. It was pretty frequent and stereotypical you're a freak, you're a beach, bussy, you get the idea. I usually didn't give him too much mind as I have a secure group of friends who made me feel better despite my shit life at the time. Well, one day my grandma calls me and tells me that my dad has cancer. I was absolutely livid because my mom had been hiding this from me and my grandma thought I already knew. Anyways, I was going to school incredibly upset, frustrated, and above all I just felt like one lab accident from becoming a supervillain. Well, my bully sees me get out of my mom's car and notices she's visibly darker than I'm skin wise. I get out of the car and walk about 50 yards or so to the nearest entrance, which happens to have my fave person there just waiting. As soon as I reached for the door handle, he makes the stupidest comment he could have ever said. What's up? I didn't know you were half nigger too. I just saw red, man, and I honestly can say I've never lost control of myself like that in my entire life, and I hope I never do. I was staring at him just 5-ish feet from me, and another 5 feet behind him was the brick wall. I broke into a sprint/lunge and shoved him as hard as I could into the wall behind him, sending him sprawling and yelping in surprise. His head hit the wall and he fell. I jumped on top of him and just wailed on him until someone pulled me off him. He was out like a light and looked like a smashed pumpkin. A week after Halloween, I was arrested and my parents were called. Bully was loaded into a paramedic's vehicle conscious, but was taken to the hospital to treat his wounds. While they evaluated the damage and waited to hear how the kid was, I was being laid into the school admin and 2 police officers sent to detain me. Long story short, the bully needed stitches, and I got a year's probation and 50 hours of community service. I now have an aggravated assault on a minor on my record. I have Asperger's, and that led to a very rollercoaster middle school experience. My childhood friends liked to convince me to do embarrassing things and would use our group get-togethers as excuses to make fun of me. Well, it took a while for me to figure it out, but eventually I figured out their little scheme and I started refusing to hang out with them. One of my friends followed me to my locker and was calling me all kinds of names. Something within me had enough, and I slugged him right in the nose, putting him on the floor. He scrambled away, saying he wasn't my friend anymore, and I was sad, not having fully realized our friendship had been over for a while. He spent several weeks bullying me, telling me I was worthless, and telling me to kill myself. But eventually he was barred from talking to me after a girl who used to bully me told him off and convinced me to get help. By our 8th grade he did a weird about face, and we were friends again for a short while, before our group of friends ostracized me during high school for reasons I never quite figured out. On the bright side, being ostracized led to me down a path that saw me join the wrestling team, get in shape, and make tons more friends. After high school, this path has led me to become an amateur Muay Thai fighter, and to meet my most loyal friends. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you Grant, for bullying me. Edit. By the way, I never got in trouble for punching him. I was maybe 13 to 14. This kid had been bullying me for around 2 years, pushing me around, talking shit, and blaming his poor goalie performances on my bad defense sometimes, even when I wasn't on the ice for the goal. At the last practice of the year, I really wanted to snap on him, but told myself to only do it if he provoked me. Luckily I predicted correctly. We all huddled up for the last time at the last practice, and he tapped my skates with his stick. I skated away, and he followed me but didn't tap, so I figured it was over. Boy was I wrong. As we walk off the ice I hear him practically breathing down my neck, and sure enough he slams me into the metal door and walks away. It was the last practice, and I definitely didn't want to keep playing if I was gonna be on a team with him and a bunch of bystanders. So I charged him, pushed him into the wall, and gave him a cross check with my stick to his chest. He seemed sorta exasperated after that, so I walked away. He then ambushed me again, shoving me into some metal clothing rack things that were in the hall. I turned around, shoved one of the racks towards him. He turned to avoid it, and I cross-checked him in the back into the wall and he fell. He was wearing a helmet, so I figured whacking my stick against his head wouldn't hurt him too bad. He came into the locker room crying a couple minutes later. My coach didn't see it. Novel concept. Dude didn't see anything over the 2 years I got picked on. Asked him what happened, and he started saying I ambushed him, hit him in the head, I'm stupid and I suck at defense, etc. Coach then asked me what happened. I just sort of looked at him with tears in my eyes. Then looked at assistant coach who was with him and who did stand up for me in the past. I just said guess. I saw the whole locker room staring at me like I was some kind of ticking time bomb that had gone off, like I was the bad guy. For the first time though, I didn't mind being the elephant in the room. I didn't regret a damn thing. So Andy, if you're out there, you, the team, and the coach can all go fuck yourselves. And incidentally, get cheat on. During my senior years, there were these blokes in my friend group I thought were my friends, but constantly talked shit behind my back and spread false rumors to badmouth me pretty much. I wanted to sock the main prick on the jaw. He was pretty much coming up with all the new shit to say about me. When I worked out he was saying all this shit, and none of my friends did anything to stop him and his cronies. I soon realized this was out of fear. I walked away. I cut myself off from that friend group entirely. He kept saying shit though, and it only got worse. I was even copying shit that he said from kids in lower grades. And it was at this point where I just wanted to curb stomp this motherfucker. He is still honestly just a cunt. But I didn't get physical. I went to the teachers and told them. Unfortunately, because we're in our final year by the time I told the teachers, they couldn't suspend/expel him, so he just got an after-school detention. They forced us to have a discussion with the teachers present, and I just said to him in front of our deputy, "Fuck you, you absolute faking cunt," and walked out of the room. Soon he stopped, and all my friends defended my actions there, telling me I did the right thing. Because I decided not to glass that faking prick, my friends stuck by me. Moral of the story, you could be bullied or picked on by the biggest cunt in the entire universe. I reckon I came pretty close, but don't get physical. It won't end well for you. It will if you do the smart thing. I will say this, when I met up with this cunt at a mate's party a couple of months after school finished, and I was speaking to him, he didn't apologize or show any remorse for his actions. He just said, "Hey, it's been a while. How are things?" as if he did nothing wrong. So I just said good, and talked to someone else. I know quite a bit about being bullied, but I think I've only really snapped once. In about 5th grade, this kid in my neighborhood started bullying me, calling names, purposefully bumping into me, small stuff like that. This went on through 6th grade, then it started to get more severe. Started threatening to shoot me, telling me to kill myself, etc. Told some people but everyone said to brush it off. He wasn't real threat, stuff like that. My dad tried to talk to his parents about it, but they were stubborn, wouldn't listen. So I dealt with it for longer. I generally tried to just ignore him and not let it get to me, but it was really hard. Well, one day, I was riding the bus home. He got off at the same stop as me. He got off the bus before me, but waited until I passed him to start walking home. As I'm walking home, he tackles me from behind onto the sidewalk, pins me down, and starts punching me. I wasn't gonna let him do that to me, so I fought back. I rolled over on top of him, started beating him, and then stood up and kicked him in the balls as a final blow. He stopped bugging me after that point. Looking back on it, his family was going through a tough time at that point. His parents were getting a divorce, and it was probably really stressful for him. I guess he just took his anger out on me, because I don't think I really ever did anything to piss him off, besides being slightly annoying, because I was a loud kid. Laugh out loud. I see why he was bullying me, and even though I forgive him, I still don't feel bad for defending myself. Please excuse the essay length answer. I was bullied a lot since the 2nd grade. In 6th grade, I started writing in a journal about all the people in my school who bullied me, detailing everything they did to me, and my hateful thoughts of them for doing them. One day in 7th grade, a bully sitting next to me in science class was digging around in my backpack knowing I was looking. Everyone else sitting around the table were just watching, trying to muffle their giggles, so the teacher wouldn't notice. He grabbed my marble collection and Yu-Gi-Oh cards, which I let him take. But when he grabbed my bully journal, that was the last straw. I beat the ever-loving shit out of him. Nothing ever felt so good in my entire childhood. After my 2-week suspension, the bullying continued. I didn't fight again until 10th grade, when I got so sick and tired of the bullying by both students and staff, I brought a knife to school and stabbed another student. The student survived, but I was expelled, arrested and eventually taken into a therapeutic foster home for rehabilitation. Of course it didn't do anything to help me, because I was still being bullied. I got back home and dropped out of school in the 12th grade, committed several violent crimes over the years, got in trouble with the law about 3 times in my adulthood, and even attempted suicide last year. I'm a lot better now. I don't even so much as litter now, but my family doesn't treat me the same anymore, having been a criminal and all. I don't blame them. After all, who wants to associate with someone who's attempted murder? A little background story. In my early years of school I was a pretty big crybaby. Cried about almost anything that went wrong. Started because of an abusive brother, but that's irrelevant. I was a pretty small kid and an easy target. I was young for my class, so I could have been in the class below. The bully was in the grade below. He ruthlessly picked on me for years. Fast forward to senior year of high school. Wasn't a cribber anymore. Grew up a bit and finally got some balls. During homecoming week, I got a little excited about a game of kickball my class was playing against the class below. My class won, and the bully kid and a few of his friends started mocking me by fake crying and laughing at me. Really pissed me off. They did this for 2 weeks and I couldn't take it anymore. Tuesday 2 weeks after, I'm in a study hall with 2 of my friends and a group of kids including the bully. He did the mocking thing and I told him to knock it off. He said, "Oh, go cry about it, baby." I was at the other side of the room, so I told him to say it to my face. He walked up to me and said it again. I grabbed his shirt and we both just grappled to the entire other side of the room, where I have him in a choke hold on the floor. No punches were thrown, but the teacher, who was behind some bookshelves, finally made it over to us. The teacher is a 6 feet 8 inches 350-pound elephant of a woman. She picked us both off the ground, like literally lifted us in each arm. Now I'm a 150 smaller kid, and so is the bully kid, but still it was pretty wild that she could do that. Brought us to the principal's office, and we got a 3-hour lecture on why we shouldn't fight. In the end we both got 1 day of in-school suspension. The bully never messed with me again. TLDR. Kid bullies me for years. I grappled with him in study hall, got picked up by an elephant, and only got 1 day of ice. TLDR. A bully used to ask/demand some of my lunch on a daily basis, but then would also be an asshole to me, even if I gave him food. Eventually I embarrassed him in front of his friends and he never asked me for food again. Full version. I worked in the school cafeteria with some friends. Instead of paying us, they gave us free lunch every day. One guy, let's call him Richard, would wait outside the cafeteria for me and my friends and ask for some of my food. French fries, a chicken wing, whatever. I didn't think too much of it. The thing is, Richard was still an idiot to us regardless of my friends, and I gave him anything. Name calling, throwing small objects, low level bullying stuff. I think he thought I was scared of him. I wasn't. I was just being kind. Anyway, one day as I'm passing by him, he's being his usual douchey self with a few of his friends, and he says something along the lines of how sad and pathetic my friend and I am. I don't remember why. Maybe it was because he insulted my friend, or maybe I was just too tired to deal with him. But on this particular day I decided I was done with his beach. I told him, "I'm not the pathetic one standing here every day begging for food, but you know what, today is your lucky day. I'm not very hungry." I threw my whole lunch in the trash in front of him and told him, "If you want, all yours." I didn't think much of it at the time, but I realize I must have completely embarrassed him in front of his friends, because I would still see Richard around school, but he never asked me for food again. Also, before anybody asks, I have no idea what Richard's home situation was like. Maybe he couldn't afford lunch, but the fact of the matter is he was an idiot. Doesn't matter if he was poor or rich, that doesn't change. Also, anybody could work in the cafeteria. If he was having issues getting money to buy lunch, and that's why he was asking me, he could have worked in the cafeteria with me instead of trying to be a bully. 4th grade, I was overweight, had a ailment in my knee, and was pretty quiet. A kid in my classroom thought she was better than me, so she had her brother, a 3rd grader, and boyfriend, also in our class, constantly harass me. This went on from day 2 of the year all the way up till March. School was miserable, because I was also catching flack from some 5th graders in this part of the country. Our March weather ranges from snow to shorts back to snow in a matter of days. Lunch was warm enough we could play outside that day, even though there was snow on the ground. The 5th graders had spent lunch throwing hard wet snowballs, make snowball, dip in water, count to 10 and throw at me, and I was in a foul mood. On the way home, 3rd grader decides it's his turn to cause me some grief, so him and his sister start walking behind me, just shouting the meanest nasty stuff they can. My weight, my height, my clothes, my limp, my hair, everything was game. About 100 yards from the school is a big white line denoting the school zone for speed. It also marks the end of school property and where the official punishment stops. From the building to the line, I tolerated it and just kept walking. As soon as we crossed it, I stopped, and he tried to shoulder check me as he pushed by. I turned sideways, grabbed his head, and shoved him to the ground, face first into the snow. Before he could get up, I did the only thing I could think of. I sat on his head with his face down. He screamed and hollered and tried pushing me off, but I was a bit hard to move. His sister and her boyfriend just stood there dumbfounded as I told him he wasn't getting up till he apologized. Half the neighborhood walked by and was pointing and laughing. I was embarrassed beyond belief, but I refused to take it anymore. Took about 2 minutes, face down in the snow with my butt on his head, but he apologized. When he got up, his face was red and chapped from the snow. He sobbed the whole way home. The next 2 months he didn't say a word to me, and the 5th graders let up to it. We all lived in the same area and word traveled fast. I went through a massive growth spurt in secondary school. Everyone wanted to kick the hell out of me, but I never fought back. I didn't want to break the rules. After one beating where I essentially ended up bleeding out of most of my face holes and some extra, my tutor took me aside and asked why I didn't fight back. I explained I didn't want to get into trouble. She said it was fine to defend myself. My idiot teenage mind took this as endem. Lunch break a few days later, main perpetrator came up to me with his little gang and started shoving me around. He put his hand around my neck to choke me against a wall. I pushed his arm away with one of mine, grabbed a huge handful of his long greasy hair, twisted him around, grabbed his other arm, threw him against the wall, and used my considerable weight and height advantage to pin his head against the brick wall as I dragged it across it. Sadly not as effective as the scene from Blade with the train, which is where I got the idea from, but he was bleeding and ran off. Thankfully he said he fell as he didn't want to admit I'd done it. Few days later another kid started on me, except this kid was borderline a dwarf. Total little man syndrome. We were walking out of school at the end of the day alongside a big traffic jam. He was saying shit, I ignored him. Eventually he moved on to insulting my insanely hard-working grandfather, calling him lazy etc. I snapped and picked him and lobbed him like a child at a lamppost. Seriously, he was tiny. It was like throwing an adult. Throwing a toddler, and I ran at him. I was going to kick him in the head with every bit of force I had, till a car horn snapped me back to reality and I stopped. He ran off, and I looked up to see my tutor shaking her head. Next day at school she took me aside again, and to hear this very nurturing, well-spoken motherly woman say, Amdrawda, I know he's a little cunt, but you can't kill him in broad daylight, made my week. Thankfully after these events and some other minor scuffles everyone stopped, and I went back to minding my own business. Kids are dickheads. I really hope my daughter doesn't get this kind of shit in school, though if she has that kind of growth spurt she can defend herself. Not as much bullying as it was disturbing the rest of the class constantly, but I still feel it relates to this past school year. My history teacher went into maternity leave at the end of March. She left a week early and the substitute's contract didn't start yet, so another sub took over for the week. She was a disgusting woman with no genuine concern for the hormonal idiots that us teens are. But anyway, doesn't matter. Around the early side of May, in class, we were watching a movie that I really enjoyed. The sub allowed us to talk quietly while he watched over kids taking reassessments outside the room, with the door closed between the room and hallway. Now these two guys made Jack Black look like a dead-end job desk jockey. They always had to make a fuss about everything and constantly had to move about the classroom. The sub was way too lenient on them. Bark but no bite. It was near the end of this movie where I snapped. The film we were watching, a Technicolor, was called I Was in a Fugitive Chain Gang, or something to the likes of that. Really good movie, great plot and writing. Hope you have good audio. The actual story, I don't remember when during the movie exactly I snapped, but I know just how mad I was. These two guys were separated by the whole classroom with maybe 6 to 7 other people talking, but definitely low-key, and not screaming at each other, like they're at an Irish pub. I was really into the movie, even got me off my phone. However, one really loud yell really faking set me off. The kid in front of me was the one I yelled at first. Redacted, will you ever shut up? The other guy, trying to act innocent despite being louder and further from me, immediately sided with me. Mon. Redacted, Chris, me, and me are trying to enjoy the movie. Bruh, shut up. The other guy always had the nerve to side with people who were being snapped at when they are just as involved as the snappy, just to look better, less guilty. I did not like this guy one bit, so I turned to him. You're just as bad as Redacted. You two have been yelling at each other for the entire film and I cannot hear one thing these guys are saying. I can't come up with anything clever on the spot, so I stopped there and angrily watched the movie, where it went silent for a good 2 to 3 minutes. Better than nothing. After the movie was over, the sub pulled the first guy and I out of the class to ask me what happened, to which I said the truth. They had legitimately been yelling across the class for maybe 45 minutes to an hour during the movie, whereas some others like myself wanted to enjoy the movie. We all agreed to talking quietly, and those who did talk followed quietly, except for those two people. The sub didn't punish me or the two guys, but he made him apologize. I did not accept. They'd been yelling at each other since they were separated almost 4 weeks before that. A sorry does not fix inappropriate behavior. A boy a year older than me would give me trouble every day on the way to school on the bus. The bus would fill up from the front, having the only seats left being the ones at the back end of the bus. He would sit across seats blocking the aisle, so I had to stand the whole journey, being laughed at by all the other kids. He did this for at least 4 years. I never spoke to my mother about it as she would most likely have came on the bus herself and thrown the kid out of the window. Then one day I tried to walk past him, and he pushed me across a set of seats, so I was against the window and he stamped on my chest, leaving a shoe print on my white shirt. I'm British, so we wore a uniform, and when I got home my mother went crazy and told me if I didn't stand up for myself. I hated violence at this point due to my father being very heavy with his hands, then she would do it for me, which I really didn't want, of course. So the next morning as I waited for the bus I just told myself it stops now. I got on the bus when it arrived, and as usual the kid was sitting across the aisle laughing. I walked up to him and asked him to move. He laughed again and looked back at the older kids for their approval. Whilst he was doing that I dropped my bag and took off my blazer, suit jacket, and when he turned round I grabbed him by the back of his head and smashed my forehead into his face. 4 years of sleepless nights and tears worth of anger into his nose, and he hit the floor dribbling. I stepped over him and sat in a free seat, put in my headphones, and no one ever tried to pick on me ever again. When I was at school, corporal punishment was still a thing. We got hit on the hands with one of these up to a maximum of 6 times. I was 13 and walking out from lunch at school. This bully tripped me and pushed me against a wall. I'm fairly average size, and he was at least 4 inches bigger and also stronger. Big dumb farm dude. He kept pushing me and asking me to fight. I lost it and punched him in the face, and he tried to hit me back. He was very strong but very slow. I ducked out from the punch, and he hit the wall full force. I swung twice at his unprotected face as he grabbed his injured hand, and he fell down, and then I started kicking him. Only stopped when a teacher pulled me off point. We were both sent to the principal, sitting outside the office, and the big goon had 2 puffed eyes, and was bleeding from his nose, lips and a cut below his eye. His hand was mangled from punching a brick wall full force. Principal asked what happened. I said he'd started it, and I was defending myself. Big dumb farmer said some grievance about one of his friends. Principal gave us 6 of the belt each, him for starting it and me for going too far. He had to stand and be belted in his busted hand. Principal also sent a letter home to my parents. My mum was in the hospital having my younger sister. That's how I know I was 13 at the time. My dad asked what happened. I told him exactly. He knew the big dumb farmer and the family through his work. He just told me not to let my mum find out, and then next day told the big dumb farmer's father that if he ever came near me again then his son wouldn't be the only one getting faked up. Big dumb farmer came back into school. Even worse, the day after that, his father had a go at him too, and he literally ran when he saw me after that for the next 2.5 years. This was in 8th grade in the mid-90s. I was a disabled 90 pounds weakling that was constantly being bullied almost daily by a group of other guys bigger than me. Their ringleader was a kid named Tony. This loser had been held back a couple of times and was quite literally twice my size. We were in a science lab class with solid tables with sinks built into them and metal lab stools to sit on. He was messing with me before the class started, like he had been for months. But this time something just snapped inside me. I yelled at him, "Leave me alone," and then pushed him square in the chest with everything I had. He went flying backwards over the lab table/counter and landed flat on his back, knocking the wind out of him. It took him a good 10 seconds to recover enough to get back to his feet. When he did, I was standing there ready for him with one of the stools in my hands raised. Again I said, "Leave me alone." I saw the look of retaliation quickly leave his face. Class started and he resumed his assigned seat next to me. But this time he didn't pick on me. He didn't even talk. He was silent the entire class period. And for the next 2 to 3 days after that, he personally never picked on me again, and I had little trouble from then on with his cronies. Even the rest of the school bullies mostly left me alone, only messing with me occasionally. About a year later I started wearing Western style ropers boots that made a very heavy and satisfying clumping sound with every step I took. The little bullying I experienced by that point quickly ended altogether once I started wearing those. The toes were nice flat squares, and within a matter of days those who still used to pick on me simply decided they didn't want my boots to make that sound on their balls instead of the floor. And that's how I went from being one of the school punching bags to being completely left alone by the bullies. In a year, Tony and a couple of his buddies and I eventually got on friendly terms, even though we were never friends. But I lost contact with them, not too much after high school, and frankly I don't care. The moral of the story is stand up for yourself, and don't be afraid to use intimidation to secure peace. Just be ready to enforce that peace if you have to. It won't take long before they decide it's better to leave you alone and go bother someone else who won't give as good as he gets. In 5th grade, there was this kid, also in the 5th grade, who was a compulsive liar and had a tendency to attempt to verbally put me down all the time. I remarked to my friend during a private conversation on the school bus that the kid was annoying me. As soon as my friend got off the bus, the annoying kid sat down next to me in the bus seat. I was next to the window, and he was blocking me from leaving the seat. As soon as he sits down, he tells me that he heard what I had said. He then proceeded to jab me as hard as he could in the ribs and told me to take it back. I refused. He kept poking me for a while, but I just blocked it with my arm. Eventually, he got more aggressive and proceeded to start punching me with increasing force. I continued to block it with my arm. He then decided it was a good idea to punch me in the face. I had started wearing metal framed glasses about halfway through the year. This broke my brand new glasses and bent the nose piece, which left a sizable gash down that side of my nose near my eye. That was the last straw. I took off my glasses, saw they were broken, and proceeded to cuss him out so violently that he was crying by the end of it. The only reason I got mad was because glasses are expensive and my, at the time single, mother had worked hard to save up enough money to get them for me. Only after riding my bike 5 miles to my house, the school bus only stopped at the middle school near my house, and opening the door, only to have my mother freak out, did I realize I had been bleeding from my face. There was a rich girl in high school that would crap talk me to people and generally make my life hell in classes we shared. She'd constantly try to turn people against me and get me in trouble with my teachers. In fact, my sophomore year French teacher decided I was no longer an A student in her eyes and tried to fail me over her not liking my accent after this girl tried to tell her I was cheating or something stupid like that. I had to go to my previous year French teacher and do tutoring after school to make sure I was flawless so the new one couldn't fail me, and no, faculty didn't believe me. I tried to get help with the crap French teacher to no avail. I was already at the point of dropping out, but this was one of the final straws for me with HS in general. I just couldn't deal with other teenagers and cheat teachers anymore. I ended up testing out that year and going to a junior college instead. It was one of the best decisions I've ever made. One day I saw her walking towards the classroom door. I held it open for a friend of mine coming in on the left and started a conversation with them as we were walking in. As I was about to close it, I saw another friend hurrying in on the left to get into the class, and it coincided with the bully walking up on the right just behind the door. I squealed, "Hey so and so," as my other friend was walking in, and bashed the door open as hard as I could, just as the bully was about to grab the handle. It hit her in the face so hard, she almost fell back. I kept up a loud conversation with my friend and asked about homework as we found seats next to each other. I saw the bully wearing sunglasses the next day and she gave the teacher a note. I waited to see if she got worse towards me, but I heard later she was so scared I was going to jump her after school the day I hit her with the door that she even tried to transfer classes. That bitch never bullied me again, and funny enough, a lot of the shitty rich kids that bullied us poor kids left me alone after that. I was able to finish up that year in peace and leave quietly. It was great. I was 10 years old. In my class was this very disruptive kid who insulted others for no reason or broke things in the room when he did not tolerate his frustration. Once, he even put a hose into the room so that we would drown. He especially had a bad relationship with me because we knew each other from before, and I walked away from him after his behavior became increasingly violent. Many times he would shout or try to hit me and my friends when he noticed that there were no adults nearby. The truth is that the situation was not pleasant for anyone because he was upset and believed that I did not want to be with him. While he kept me away with his behavior in this situation, the breaking point happened at school. During PE, I had a wrist injury and I could not move it much, so I was away from the rest of my class. Probably he thought that this was his chance to do something without major consequences because he tried to tackle me from behind while I was distracted, then hit me in the head and tried to throw me to the floor. Somehow I managed to stay safe and push him away. At that time, in my mind there was only confusion and frustration for not understanding what was happening, but this quickly turned into rage when I saw him smiling with complete assurance that what he has just done wouldn't have any consequences as no teacher was there to see it. I remember he tried to approach again while insulting my friends and family, but just as he raised his fist, I decided that I could not just run away and let this happen again. So I jumped towards him and tried to push him away. My head was a mess. I had never been in a fight and I did not want to hurt him either, but at that moment I felt a strong pain in my shoulder. The crazy kid was biting me. I realized that I could not stay in front of him, so while he was trying to push me back and bite me again, I stop making strength and he stumbles. I get quickly on his back and put my arm around his neck. At the same time I drop my weight backwards and we fall onto the ground. I understood that I was choking him for a couple of seconds, but in my panic that something serious may happen I set him loose. I stand up quickly and check on him, but he was still on the floor, screaming insults and other unintelligible things. With shame to this day I admit that this made me even more angry, so I started kicking him on the floor until he cried. Finally a teacher sees us and stops the fight. We both got detention, Plus the director called our parents so they could talk privately with each family and explain the situation. I had never had problems in school, I had very good grades, and was loved by my teachers, so I was terrified of their reaction to this explosion of aggressiveness that had just happened. Ironically, although they criticized me for using violence against another student. After having already finished the discussions with the other kid's family, both the teacher and the director approached me and my parents and congratulated me for knowing how to defend myself, and although they could not admit it officially, I remember that they told me that they were relieved that at last another child has put a limit on him, and hopefully that will make him think twice before starting conflicts with other classmates. Both me and my family were quite confused. The other kid never picked a fight with me again and was expelled the next year from the school. Sorry for my English.